Okay, that was easy to go live this time on Zoom. It didn't let me use Zoom when I was in Greece. And that last weekend I was there, I was pretty ill stomach-wise. Okay. Oh, that was easy to go live this time on Zoom. It didn't let me use Zoom when I was in Greece. You know what that is? There, we fixed that. I put that over on the. No, I'll leave it on this screen. Maybe I can. I think Zoom will let me see the things, the chat. Will it? Will it? Stop live stream. No. Here's my chat. There. Does that let me? No, that's the meeting chat. Show chat previews. No. Participants. Oh, let's get a link. Copy invite link. Okay. Yeah, I have to wait for everybody else to get their bullshit streams out of the way to show you my Delphi pictures and stuff, and kind of maybe review over my trip to where it all started. If you got two omegas that end it, the alphas and the omegas all came from Greece. So I don't know if that music is too loud. You probably can't even hear it. Because because the sound is coming from my computer and it cancels the sound that it sends out. So you only hear me and you don't hear the music playing. But if I don't have music playing, then my audio cuts out. It goes to computer audio instead of Bluetooth audio, and you can't hear the computer. I can't anyhow. It doesn't matter if you do it, but I can't. I need to hear. Especially if I hear noise over there. It's my coffee just got hot. So I'm going to go to share screen and get started with my pictures of Delphi. And I did ask the Oracle the question while I was there and got an answer in dream that night. So I'm going to go to screen 2. Do that. Okay. So there's that. There you can see. Okay, and that's up there. That's good. And yeah, that's working. Yeah. I'm going to tell you, I'm printing those are individual pictures, but I'm printing like 8.5 by 11 on sticky paper. Those are pictures with double-sided tape behind them, and they're peeling up, and I'm going to replace it all with 8.5 by 11 stickers that completely stick to the wall. Should be a lot better. Yeah, the stomach thing is still so yeah, the VA is testing the sample. It's in the mail. They'll have it probably Monday. Omega is a def part of yeah. Well, because of the double alphas, and you see the delta, that's the D. The triangle is the D. E is an E. And that thing that looks like an A but doesn't have the cross, that's an L. and the F is the circle with the line through it, you know? And I is the I. But some the The omega is the X. No, omega is chi. Chi. And that's what what they were talking about, the swastika thing. The swastika is the chi. It's the mix of the yin yang, peace, and all that. It's like the yin yang is the white and the black, and they're spiraling. You know, they're just opposite each other, because we're like batteries. We have a positive and a negative. So this is just a sign of blurry because I took a picture out the bus window on the way there. And this is below the it's going up to the Temple of Apollo. This is a little area before you get there. And there's these things with you see, there's a cross on there. I think Christians added that, because this is a Roman wall back here. You tell the Roman walls smaller pieces and stuff. The walls with bigger blocks are the Greek, or the more ancient. See, these blocks are older than the blocks on the walls behind it, and these pillars. But you see the Apollo's temple. That's one of the pillars of Apollo's temple. It's up the hill a little further. We go past the treasury to get there. What is that? Is that like an air conditioner? Okay, so there's just some more pillars. And it looks like these have been restored partly or something, or but these were solid one piece. The Romans did the solid, so these are probably Roman columns. The Greek had them in sections. That's that close up little thing. They're looking up at the Apollo temple. More of that wall. And you see, it's kind of like that wall Forrest had a story with the brick walls, and we're like the kind of, you know, with the design to them. Because it's got flat blocks and round blocks, and the flat blocks kind of box in the round ones. Some Greek capitals. The tops of the columns are called capitals. The capital is the top. There's some design on there. I got after going through the places here, the outdoor stuff, and then I have the museum tour with the Sphinx and the big brothers with the big balls. And you'll notice a lot of the statues, I made a joke of it while I was there. The statue, the guy's missing his head and his wiener. And I said, he lost both his heads. See, I don't know. This looks like there's something goes down in there. But there's a picture you'll see up at the stadium. There was one. It was like this, and then there's a tree grown inside there, and it's like it goes back further. I think this patch here, somebody opened up to see if something was back there, and then they patched it. But you see, Delphi is up on a hill, up in the mountains. A lot like my search area. It's got a lot of rocks like it. Down there where these people are, that's kind of, you start the tour coming in, hit this through this way and up there. And I'm up on a level above that. It's still along that below the treasury and Apollo. Yeah, the kings of Argos. And you see, this says Argos up here. The A, the P is the R. R, it looks like a P. And the G looks like that. It looks like a backward 7. The O is an O. And YE, I guess that's OS. Oh, or the O, maybe the Y is the, no, I don't know. But it says Argos. And you see, look at this older shit here. Try and decipher that, huh? That's some really old Greek. That stuff's 2,600 years old, 2,500 years old. I think there's more on the other side here. No, we can't get to it. But you notice the rocks. Oh. The rocks up above here. And I think what Kronos was a rock formation. And it threw up a rock that they call the Oracle. Well, the rock fell down on their village, and it's the Oracle. My goodness. The ancient, must have been a room there because there's a wall here, a wall around there. Don't know if these have fallen over on their face or if that was just a bench in there. Some of the reconstruction, I think if it looks real sloppy, it was a reconstruction. I think they were as precise as they could be. And this is more primitive, I think, than the Acropolis and stuff. That's a tour guide there. See, she has a white box. Everybody else has these yellow boxes that are, she talks and everybody has an earphone that can, so you can hear her. It was with a bus tour company. And the thing is, it's like 8 hours. They pick you up at 7:45. They pick me up at the Brown Hotel. But they picked me up below the home of Brown to go on this tour. So, and then they picked up some other people at other hotels. But the Brown Hotel was like a block away from my hotel, and that's their pickup point for that area was the Brown Hotel. So I put in below the home of Brown. You can see how deep this canyon is here. And Delphi's up, it's a sacred place up in the mountains. They built high because they had tsunamis. They had volcanoes and tsunamis. And so they knew better than to build near the sea. And Apollo was a dolphin who came from the ocean. And he represented, he has the lyre or the harp like thing. And if you think, and he had a musical contest between him and Pan. Now here it makes you think of The Devil Went Down to Georgia, right? And so he's having a little musical contest with Pan and his flute and him and his harp. And you know, it's turned into The Devil Went Down to Georgia. But you see this pillar, this column has a hole in it. So they had like metal that held the one that was above it, held it in there. And I got pictures. It should be up close here. Just looking down. And down here, I got some close-ups of it. But that's the Temple of Athena down here. And this is the old athletic training grounds here or something, you know, because these guys were built. They were like a bunch of Hogan's. They're like a bunch of. But I look at this and I see all this fine rock. It means somebody was carving on rocks up above. These rocks were carved and all the crumbs fell down below. So I think they sculpted a lot of these rocks, and I got some closer up just with those. That I'm not going through those. I separated those from this so I can go right through the. Look, there's Luli. No. So yeah, and these are the rocks. And Kronos is a figure in the rocks. This might be, because this is that's a big head up there. There's faces on these rocks. They aren't as clear as what's that's the temple of Athena, but it's a blurry one. I got some clearer ones coming. Like that one's clear. Temple of Athena at Delphi. And you don't see many, you see one person there walking around, because when you take the tour bus, you don't have time to see that. I barely had time after we got below the theater. We were at the base of the theater, and she says, "Okay, now you got some free time, and we meet in 15 minutes at the museum entrance." So, but I haven't gotten to that part of this tour yet. So it's just more, was a room here. There's the treasury building. And you see a lot of the figures that, like, there was a horse there. Invaders destroyed most of the art. And actually they stole a bunch of the art and took it to Rome from here. A whole lot of the sculpture, a couple hundred sculptures went to Rome. So Italy, you need to return that stuff to Greece where it came from. You don't care how long ago it was stolen. It needs to go where it originated. Now, you see, this white block in here is strange. That's something unusual about that. But see, this one, look, there's a mouth and the two eyes. Is that Kronos that threw up the rock? And the rock fell down on their village. On there. There's the Oracle, the Delphi, the rock that Kronos threw up. Very strange. And you see the stuff that formed in the cracks of the rocks is harder, and parts of the rock have worn away, but those stuff that was in the cracks is more durable than the rest of the surface. And there's a picture coming up with somebody next to it, so you can see the size. It's about 2 or 3 feet across, about 2 or 3 feet high. There you can see she's further back, so it's actually looking a little bigger. If she was closer up to it, you'd see more of the actual size. And see, these people are heading up to the stadium. I made it up to the stadium. About had to run. Luckily, didn't. My heart worked all the way up and all the way down. They're still watching my aorta. I got to go every 2 years, and they do a CAT scan of my aorta. It's getting larger, but it's not to the point that needs replaced yet. It's a very, very cool spot, man. The treasury of the Athenians. This is a treasury building. You see here, there's figures up in here that are mostly mutilated and missing limbs and these little bubbles on there. A lot of detail. Monte Interdite. Ascent is not allowed. No climbing on it. There's the, that's the treasury building for Delphi. The Parthenon on the Acropolis is the treasury building in Athens. This is the treasury building in Delphi. There's another angle of it. And the theater is way up here. This wall's, you got to go above this wall, and there's a path up here. Up behind these trees is a theater. Rock of the Sibyl. The Sibyl was, I think, the two women that represented the Oracle, and they would give you quite like they told Alexander the Great before he was great, that whoever could untie this knot that was like nobody could figure out how to undo this knot. Whoever could undo that knot would become a great leader of a vast empire, right? He took his sword out and cut the knot and became the leader of a vast empire. So all those ancient ruins, there's the guard shack right there. Guard sitting there, probably watching TV monitors and stuff. But you see right here, see these marks? There was a metal bar that went across that locked them two together, just like over on the edge over here, right over here. See, there's a round room there. It would be something to see this when it was new, and when this was before it was raided by any invaders. Look at these column pieces. Look how thick. They had to have a machine that carved these channels in the columns. I have a picture of those. That's the treasury building again. A temple of Apollo. I'm still below the temple of Apollo. But you see in the wall here, see the two legs? There's a figure here. There's two legs here. There's a leg there and a leg there. And there's a figure standing here in the rock. These figures in the rock are way older than the temple and stuff. See, there's a bunch of figures up in here too. Up in these rocks. And there was some attraction there, or some thing that they haven't found yet. And I think that is something that I can see, that I'd be able to see in these rocks. And see, they're kind of covered. Here's the head and the arm coming around. There's fingers on his hand here. See, these are fingers on this. It's a hand. And there's somebody's head there, somebody's head here. So I think there's a cave up there that goes somewhere. That's a clear picture of the Temple of Athena. Didn't have time to walk down to it because the tour wasn't long enough. But yeah, I got a good lens and was able to get a close up from up above. And you see, here's the more ancient big blocks in the wall, not Roman. That's the old Greek. They were better at moving big rocks then. And I see more figures in the rocks behind them and stuff. See a Temple of Apollo, which the Gemini capsule was called a bell. It looks like a bell. Forrest may have been in the secret Space Force of the 60s. Here it's in Greek, English, and French. The circular open area of halos, which means threshing floor, had a special religious significance. Every 8 years, the Septerian, a ritual featuring the reenactment of the god Apollo's slaying of the serpent Pythio, took place here. At the rear of the halos is a stairway, the Donilla staircase. Well, I got pictures of that. Used by the boy who impersonated Apollo. In antiquity, there were 4 semicircular built exteras surrounding the halos. We saw one of them circular walls, of which only 2 are preserved today. I got pictures of it. In this area and below the paving of the sacred way, a pit was found in 1939 in which votives of precious metal that were destroyed in the earthquake of 548 had reverently been safeguarded. They included parts of Christophilitine statues, 3 miniatures, a silver bowl preserved only in fragments, and others which are on exhibit in the Delphi Museum. You'll see pictures of that. I got pictures of that stuff. The Rock of Sybil, created by rocks fallen from the Ferhadre, according. So the rock wall behind the place, it fell from that rock wall. According to local tradition, the first Phrosphates of Delphi, the Sybil Hierophiles. I got to get a cup of coffee. Stood at this point to utter her oracles. Indeed, it is said that she had foreseen the fall of Troy. I foresee the fall of Troy also. The site, you see how rude he was to that girl? Fly on the wall. Oh, she's hanging out with, The site of the Sybil Rock is considered the oldest cult place at Delphi. The ancient sanctuary of Earth, G, was in this area. Gaia, G is Gaia, Earth, and around the sacred spring. There was a spring that came up, and that's why there's some water stuff features. And there'll be a picture of it's like a trough, like where water, you can tell what that was where water cascaded down the step of, it was like a half circle trough overlaying pieces. The colossal Naxian Sphinx, mounted on an icon column 12 meters in height, rested on this base in the mid-6th century BC. Mid-6th century BC. That's like 550 BC. That's like 2,570 years ago. A century. That's funny. Candy said, it was the 6th century BC, and that's 500 to 600 BC, and and street. Oh, so 8,000 years ago. No, century, not millennium. 6th century BC. That's 600 years, not 6,000 years. So here we have a guy uneducated, doesn't know the difference between a century and a millennium. And then Candy agreed with him, but it's like, no, Candy, don't agree with his bullshit. He's wrong. It makes you. Okay. Today it is on display in the Museum of Delphi. The Sphinx, which was connected with the myth of Oedipus, was a mythical being of Eastern provenance with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the head of a woman. In ancient Greece, sphinxes were linked to tradition and primitive cults and were frequently considered the guardians of tombs and sanctuaries. The Stoa of the Athenians. A Stoa was built to house the trophies of the Athenians' naval victories. It was 30 meters long, and on its facade there were 7 monolithic marble columns, 4 of which survived, supporting a wooden roof at its rear. The Stoa was supported by the polygonal retaining wall of the Temple of Apollo. It was built during the years 510 to 470 BC. As the inscription carved in the large letters on its the inscription notes that the Athenians dedicated the Stoa, the ropes from the boats, and the prow figureheads to the god after defeating the Persians. The building appears to have been constructed with public funds to promote Athens' important and leading role in the victory against the Persians at the Pan-Hellenic sanctuary of Delphi. And I think that's Alexander who defeated the Persians. The polygonal wall, the famous splendidly preserved polygonal retaining wall of the Temple of Apollo, was built in the 6th century BC. For centuries, provided support to the built terrace atop which the temple was erected. The blocks employed by the construction and their perfectly fitted curved joins comprise a remarkable whole of the static precision. Construction perfection and artistic sensitivity throughout the entire length of the wall, around 800 inscriptions, primarily manumission acts, have been carved. I think that's the bottom of it, yeah. Now, you notice I put that up so you can even read that on your phone. You know, Troy will do a thing and he'll have it just like that, and I'll expect you to be able to read it. Not thinking that you might be looking at it on your phone. You can't see shit. So yeah, these things over here, I got pictures of them. That's coming up in the museum. That's the museum. And so then this is a map. So I came in, I went up, and the treasury's here. Then you come up and go up this way and go past the Apollo temple, and the theater's up here above the temple, and then up above that is the stadium. It's a lot like the Olympic Stadium. So it was still below the Temple of Apollo with this ancient Greek wall, megalithic stones. And the single piece columns were Roman. Here's one of those where they had the metal piece that joined the two rocks to keep them from slipping. There's a close-up of it. We're fully charged battery-wise. Trying to keep things earlier. I went to go use my Zoom, and when I was in Greece, I was tired of it. You know, you burp and your computer's microphone access. It's like, come on, quit listening to me when I'm just sitting around the room. You know, you're not going to hear you burp and fart and whatever, you know, microphone access. So I'm sure Google knows if you fart, if it's an audible fart, they're going to know it. They cut that stuff like it was wood. Look at all this small inscriptions on here. Zoom way in, and man, to decipher that, it would take a long time because you'd have to go through and figure out what each, I see an omega there, but figure out what each letter was and then decode, decipher it from ancient Greek to modern Greek or in English. This one's a little easier to see. You see a lot of omegas, omega, omega, omega. A, E, O, E, K, Oki, yeah. I think Greece is where the word caca came from, which turned into poo-poo. AOE, or that's actually a P, A-P-E, N, a pen. I don't know, the N might mean something else besides it. Athenian Stoa. Okay, and so we see Athenian is over here. So this says Stoa of Athenians. So, and so it's not exactly, sometimes the words are backwards, but you can tell that's the Athenian right there. Getting up to the Temple of Apollo. Look at all that's how small. And then the erosion on top of it that just degrades it. It cracks it, things are destroyed. A little column piece. And this is where the Sphinx was. The Sphinx was here, probably on top of this block, but it's inside the museum. We'll get to that. Sphinx of the Naxians. Do not touch. Do not touch. Forrest would say, please touch. There are some things that you can touch there, but certain things they don't want you to touch. There are pieces that you can touch, some of the footstones and what that you sit on them. That's what I would do. I'd just sit on them and I'm touching it. Like I sat in the presidential seats at the Olympic Stadium, 1896 Olympic Stadium, which I mistakenly said 1898 several times, and it's 1896. So you kept saying 1898. Doesn't make a big difference. It's the original modern Olympic Stadium. Close. There you can see these are the athletic training grounds or whatever down there, down below by the Temple of Athena. And this is the serpent column. It had 3 snake heads at the top. And it's like the snake on the medical, that they have, or the Garden of Eden snake even. And, they have the Temple of the Virgin, that is the Parthenon, is the Temple of the Virgin. So, these are like hinting to Adam and Eve stuff. The snake pillar, and I can find the story of the snake pillar and stuff later. My fly, 3 X-ray. He looks like he's in a hippie joint. Everything is down. A bunch of squares. That's cool. 3 snakes. Wonder their representate. Yeah, they they beheaded the snakes and stuff. So snakes were represented kind of evil and the devil and what, right? According to Adam and Eve, eat this apple. The guard down at the guard shack. Top of a column. And look at the artwork going around it. Look, it's even got a hand coming out over here. There's somebody back there. Well, they were over here and they walked behind it, and I took the picture while they were behind it, but I guess they got their arms sticking out. Do not touch. Do not touch. With the Capitol, the thing with the curls and the top block is the Capitol. More columns. Sphinx of the was up there. I think it was up on those blocks right there. There's the ancient Greek wall. And I think these walls were probably painted. They were probably colored and everything way back in the day. I think there was a statue here, and this is where the feet of the statue were when it was stolen and taken to Italy. These are pieces that I guess they just line them up, and they don't know where they originally came from or something. I don't know. I would like to see more of it restored. This was off away. It wasn't part of the thing. This was distant. That's why it's blurry, because I'm trying to get this cemetery picture that I could see in the distance. There is the clearest picture I have. See, because this is a modern one. It's got pictures of people, locals. Temple of Apollo. Temple of Apollo. Just ruins. Yeah, and you see there's figures. You figure there have been people on this planet for millions of years. We only, the stuff that they say is archaeology only goes back about 10,000 years at the most. And they're unable to see the stuff that's older because it's much more eroded. There's a Capitol sitting there, some column pieces. It's a P. or an F. I think that's the F. Altar of Apollo. And that's it. And this here says Delphi. Delphi. It says Delphi. That's what she told us. That says Delphi there. Oh, it doesn't have it in English. What the heck was that? Am I still microphoning? I don't know. Serpents. Yeah, 8 snakes. Yeah, I had some other pictures of it coming down after the stadium. I have pictures of that. Altar of Apollo. See, there's Apollo. Apollo. It's a little harder to spell than Greek. There's this serpent, and Michael Garrity, he has columns on his house that are like that. He has columns. The serpent columns are on his house. I don't know if he realized that spiral column was they're the serpent column. Had been a statue on top of that. There's the ramp going up into the Temple of Apollo. Monte Interdite. Ascent is not allowed. So they're telling you can't climb on this either. There's a column. That might be where that Sphinx was up on top of that. Did I get a picture of it? Yeah. Pillar of Prusias, too. So there was a pillar of Prusias. It was probably a statue of Prusias up there. There's a Temple of Apollo. See, these are really old. Really old. And they're made from the stones, it looks like, from the rock face right behind the place. And you see here that these other rocks back here were covered with other mortar and stuff. So these rocks are just foundation behind it. Temple of Apollo. Yeah, and I delayed putting these up because a lot of people giving me shit for no reason other than to hate me. I mean, you know, I couldn't believe that woman that she accepted Troy's apology. He's not sincere. Piece of shit. Bad as almost nearly as bad as Street. Troy's burnt his bridge many times. This is where the water feature. See, there had been water flowing down this curved surface. This is probably where the spring came down and then went into other water pipes from there, I guess. I'm sure there was probably another block right up here in the front that's missing. Continued. There's a very bright picture of the Temple of Apollo. And there was a statue on top of that column. An old roof of the temple's gone. This is Lunac of Crateros. I think that's Kronos. I think it is where Kronos came from and stuff. There's some flowers. There's the stairway they were talking about in that thing I read. It's pretty cool. I think it went up here, and then I think it went wood and came at us, and then back up to these to continue up. Still can't see the theater, but it's right up here. There you see this Temple of Apollo, and you see the Serpent column just beyond it there. Look, there's rooms underneath these big blocks. As looking down on the Treasury building from above. It'd be cool to live there, wouldn't it? Live in that house right below the Temple of Delphi. There you can see part of this theater up here now. See the curved part in the seats. That's the theater. And I got a picture from up where this guy is looking down. Is that Temple of Apollo, Serpent column. The tour guide, you take a lot of pictures. Yeah, I would show my friends on YouTube. Do not touch. You see, I'm rising, going up to head toward. This is at where she said, "Okay, now you can you got 15 minutes to go up and see the theater and it's about 250 feet and climb to get up to the stadium from there." So I'm see the guide standing there talking to these men, and I want to make sure, because I read online that people didn't have time to see the stadium, so I wanted to make sure and have time to see the stadium. And I headed up, stopped, took a break. There's the theater from below, and I think I got so I took pictures, so I'll be able to stitch all those together in a stadium. The stadium, okay. And so a stadium. So a stadium is one stadia. 600 feet is a stadium. A stadia. So that's how they measured a stadia, the length of a stadium. And the plains of Atlantis were 10,000 stadia across, which is 1,200 miles. That's the Great Plains of the United States. And here you can see, looking down, this is up near the theater, and you see the roof of the museum there. And you can't see the driveway where the buses go through. There's one of the tour buses. The tour buses drop people off and then go park down the road, and they come back when at the time that their people are to board. See, I'm climbing up, looking down on the Treasury, more ruins everywhere. The training grounds. Look, see this round pit here. I wonder what they did there. Is that maybe they could put an animal in there with somebody and the animal can't escape? I don't know. The Romans did the gladiator. I don't know if the Greeks had gladiator type stuff. The Romans were brutal. And the guy that fought with the lion was one of their prisoners, somebody that had a death sentence. And I guess if they beat the lion, then they lived. poppies. I was gonna grab one. Yeah, my back hurts. You chomp down one of them poppies. It should take care of your back pain. Let's looking down on the theater. You see the Temple of Apollo down below there, and I started out at the level of the road you see coming around, and you see a bus. So left the bus, you go through, come up, and you kind of zigzag up this hill, up to the top to get to the stadium. And that rock's obviously got things carved in it. You see these holes carved in it. So they were carving shapes out of the rocks or removing rocks to make parts. But there are figures that can be found in these rocks. That was a little difficult for me right now. But I do see there's a leg here, a leg here. There's somebody laying here. There's a pretty poppy picture. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Look at the inside and the bees. Yum, yum. Stadium, that way. There I am above the theater. You notice the beard is gone. I grew that to go so I could look like Plato while I was there, you know? You got my little microphone thing to listen to the tour guide, but I have it turned off because and I lost my selfie. My selfie stick fell off somewhere in Delphi. I think the thing I had it strapped on came undone, and it just, I didn't notice it. But keep wallet, everything in that pouch. That way, so you keep pickpocket, doesn't know which one to unzip. It seems like you went two. No, went one. Okay, so I'm still looking up toward the thing, but I see figures in this rock. You see there's a face right back in there, and there's this guy here with an arm holding this figure. I don't know. There's things going on in there. There's stuff on this rock. Big face here. Yeah. I gotta get back coffee going. Now you can start to see the seats in the stadium. I'm almost up to the stadium. Even her hair's sticking to her head because she's sweating, trying to get up this hill in time to see the stadium. And well, they got all this stuff to keep people from climbing up the hill further. And it looks like there's a cave right in there. Something they don't want you getting in there up above the stadium. There's looking down the stadium. There's these three, or looks like there were four little altars at the end of the stadium. There's old seats up there. But for 2,600 years old, it's pretty damn good shape. And I got a close-up of this arch here, and you'll see there's a plant in there. So all these pictures of the stadium, I'll be able to stitch them together. There's the altars at the end. And you see the seats up above. Now you see here's where And look, there's branches and and it goes further back in there. So there's a tunnel going somewhere in there. Secret passage. This is below the stadium. I'm heading back down. Some of the ancient walls. Below the stadium. These are the altars that are at the end of the stadium. And you see at the top, there's a cave up here. So looking down on the Temple of Apollo. So you can see there was space. They were looking into the basement, but there was a floor above what's down in that grass area. And you see there's one of the round and here's another one of the round buildings they were talking about. Almost when they get to the bottom here, and after I took pictures of the green pillar, I was running to get because the museum tour was starting, and I got there when she was showing the first room of the museum. And there's more of that training ground, athletic training grounds, and the Temple of Athena. See, Apollo and Athena, there you have 2 alphas for 2 omegas. She was the alpha female warrior. Ares was the alpha male warrior. I think Ares was Apollo. Apollo and Ares are the same, I think. A lot of them, it's like they like Apollo was a Jesus of the, he was their savior, kind of came from the sea. He was a dolphin. He wasn't a gay dolphin. He quit using that name. I wonder why I didn't like being called gay dolphin. That's the serpent pillar. Serpent pillar. One more of the treasury. And another. I think these were the ovens. That was like where they had the fire in there to keep warm. Probably had a chimney on it. Look, this one's filled in. They're trying to hide something in there. And was that rock covered up? Why is there a tarp covering that? Looks like a tarp covering something there they're protecting. Here's some sculptures. These are like between the site and the museum. While I was running by to get to the museum, I took these pictures. There's a sarcophagus. Right there is a sarcophagus. And I don't know if there was, I looked, I didn't see any bones in it. There's one of the sheepdogs. There was like 6 of them laying around outside the museum. Just laying there, and they're friendly, let you pet them. So now we're in the museum, of course. And look, they're all the Moses with the arms out, arms out. like a, you know, they make their body into a cross, sort of. Here's some bronze figures. It looks like they have a lot of copper in them. That's ancient bronze. And female figurine standing in rectangular slabs, breast rendered schematically, arms either parallel to the rib cage or joined in a posture of worship. Figurine, indistinguishable gender with a double spiral, perhaps a 8-shaped fibula diagonally across its chest, 8th century BC. Female figure with tall cylindrical headdress and arms stretched toward first half of the 7th century BC. 8th century BC, now that's older than, you know, because they would, everything else I've seen was telling me that all this Greek stuff was 4th, 5th, 6th century BC, and this says 8th century BC. Headdress and arms stretched forward, first half of the 7th century. That's this one with the arms forward. Here they are from another angle. Does this one have a flute? No, that's just the arms out. Hands coming together. Must be handles. See, it's like a handle to a big bucket or something. There. Handles to something. There's some little horse figures. Llamas, camels. I don't think they kind of, horses and camels, some of their stuff, they say a horse looks more like a camel or a giraffe. They're very long necks. So what they call the horse then might not have been really a horse. Here's some serpent heads or something. Gargoyles. Kind of. Snake heads. Yeah, shield. It's like stone. How could anybody lift the whole thing when it was complete? You guys had to be. There's a complete shield. Looks like Van Halen, doesn't it? In the wood, 99. I'll be playing Athens soon. It should be fun. Yeah, I have the I got the game. I had to try it out. These are movies. I have the PS4 game that has Athens and the Parthenon and all that in it, like all restored. And there's the Sphinx. I think it's huge. Up on a pillar on top of the Capitol. It was out there at the thing told you where it was outside. Looks like they restored part of the legs, part of the wings. And you see these holes here? They probably had feathers or branches of olive branches or laurels or something, you know, that stuck in them holes. There's the face of the Sphinx. Invaders took hammers to them, broke their noses off. Decoration. Oh, my camera wasn't focusing good sometimes, and sometimes, yeah, we don't want to focus too much sometimes. Yeah, see, he lost both his heads. She's almost complete. Part of her nose gone. It's like a lion. Lion head. And it probably had water coming out. See, the hole goes all the way. It probably had water pouring out their mouth. Somebody on a horse. There's a pair of horses. Athenian warriors. What the hey? Who said stop that? No. There. Thing doesn't want to. The YouTube thing keeps going back in time, and I'm not doing anything to it. Doing its own thing. This part of the apex of the front. I guess this was what was on the Apollo temple. So here you see the trident. So this is probably Poseidon, but Apollo was a dolphin, so he came from the sea too, and there might be a trident involved with Apollo. And you got, the people meeting, the warriors and the battles and the horses and the oracles, maybe the sibyls. You ask them the questions. See, there's that trident. So where's the rest of this? Must have come across in front of them and it's gone. The hand symbols. These guys with their shields, arms through their shields. There's a down soldier there. Somebody squatting in there, Has he been wounded or? Are they bring a lion to battle or what? I don't know. Not all of them had that arc thing on top of their helmet? Because these guys appear to be on the same team. Ooh. See, I guess in the military, you want the people of your own military to know that you're a colonel or an admiral or a general or something. But it's not really a good thing to let your enemy know that you're, there's the main guy, get him. This lion here, see? The lion has this guy around the neck. He's got him by the He's got his claw right there. He's got him. He's taking a chunk out of him. So did they bring lions to battle? That's one way to clean bodies up. Lions eat them. Yeah, that guy's definitely going down. The lions have got him. Huh. The picture tells 1,000 words, right? There's stories in these. See, she's got her sword. And they had female warriors. This guy's down. He's down for the count. And look, he's holding his. Say goodbye to it, dude. You're done. Ooh. Horses. The Sphinx. Another angle. Looks like a bull, right? And I don't think that's the position he was. He's probably like a rocking bull. Lion, lamb, rams. There's Aries. Taurus. Athenian. Oh, people go, oh, the statue is dark. Oh, no, this statue is white. That statue is, it just depended on the material. Didn't indicate what color the person was. Huh. There's some axe heads from stone axes from 2,600 years ago. Some of the ancient helmets. Why can't that camera focus? I don't know. Sometimes it just don't want to focus. This one's focused good. There's little Aries right there. A bear, horses. Blur, blur, blur. Blur, blur, blur. I think this is about where I turn the camera off and turn it back on so it stops blurring on me. See, there's the feet. I found one of the feet, but huge, 20-foot long foot in Colorado. Would have been a 120-foot statue. There's the brothers. See, they only lost one of their heads each. They still have the other head up there. It's a bull, I think. Missing part of his nose, whatever. See, now you see how it was colored and painted. They probably did that so they could use a little template to just move the template, paint the next one, paint the next one. These look like doorways, and see, there's little figures in each of these doors. There's something, a little story in each window. There's the back of the side of the brothers. There's Greta. Why are you jealous of everyone? Why must I go? Why are you jealous of me? Why are you so jealous? Why are you such a prick? I have told my whole solution. Your ignorance is why you don't know it, because you ignore my channel, you ignored my videos, and so you know nothing about my solve other than there's a car and there's a Moses. You don't know how Moses ties. You missed the point in Once Upon a While, where Forrest says, first thing he says in the Moses chapter is, Moses was an important figure, but he's not important to Troy. Yeah, just go suck on it, Troy. You treated that woman like crap. And if I was her, I would not accept your apology. And I don't accept your apologies. You've had many chances and you burned your frickin' bridge, you piece of shit. He still got balls, yeah. Yeah. I mean, they don't treat me fairly at all. Not at all. They all sucking on Street. Oh, let's go along with Street. We have to oppose Bill because Street hates Bill. We have to hate Bill too. You guys are a bunch of frickin' punks. And it will come out. I did ask the Oracle, and the Oracle did give me a question in a dream, and I'm going to go over that later. Here. There's some gold leaves. That's how gold leaf. Well, it was gold leaves, and these must be bronze leaves. Some of them are bronze, some are gold. Little gold buttons or something. Right. Yeah, Troy. Forrest said you're wrong. Other people told me that Forrest said that Bill is the closest, but he doesn't know it. Because they weren't going to say until all the legal issues are out of the way. Probate just ended, and you don't give it any time. And it's all to your own detriment. You shit on the real solver, and in the end, when the real solver has it, you're going to be meaningless. All you'll be is somebody that was a piece of shit that gave me shit. Can't even get to that part. Oh, okay. Well, these are figures from artistic works that they had, bronze figures, bronze and gold. So I did see some gold in that one. See here, was she stroking the column? Or he? I don't know. Don't play with your column. Some more bronze pieces. Face, there's some masks. There's a hand holding the rod. My stomach's getting hungry. I got to buy some more groceries too. I do have. Oh, that'll calm my stomach. yeah, I ain't gonna go. You know, street. He got Dave went on there and got street about 20 more viewers than normal. I'm not gonna do that for him. He's not worth it. He's ignorant, uneducated, and ignorant. Here you can see some of the. You see a figure in there with an arm coming up, and was that a horse or a lion? The Sphinx, maybe. There are some things in here, but it's kind of beaten up gold plates that were. I think that's Apollo. No, I think that's supposed to be Apollo. Lots of gold. Look at his eyes. That's where they get the Greek. They call it evil eye. Well, it's the all-seeing eye. Some of them call it the evil eye, and I think that is a name that Christians gave it because of its pagan its initial, because it came from a pagan religion, so they called it the evil eye, or like the all-seeing eye on that represents the Illuminati or whatever, and it's really the eye of God. It's not the evil eye. The real supreme being encompasses both good and evil, and each of us have good and evil in it. Some of us, like Troy and Street, they lean to the evil side. Some of us lean to the good side. I am only defending myself from their attacks. When they attack you viciously, you respond viciously. You don't let pieces of shit take you down. There. What beautiful piece. And these must be silver buttons or something in there. Rivets that held it to something. Him again. These must be like silver ingots, maybe. I think those might be silver ingots. His face was probably silver, and that's just tarnish. Yeah, it was lined with gold plate inside that bowl. More gold strips. It's all pounded, it's probably fairly thin. There's gold pieces. Mm-hmm. There's somebody's foot. But it looked like it had gold plate on it. It's mostly worn off. There's some nice bracelets. They had two of the granddaughters' bracelets and earrings, and the other one's necklaces with the evil eye. But I call it the all-seeing eye. Not blurred, but I got a better picture of her. That's the rear end of a bull. They said there were only pieces of it. That's the pieces that are left of the bull. And you think of the bull, Moses and the bull. This is the golden bull. So Moses maybe was a Greek originally, and other religions stole him for theirs. And so we think of, some people think Moses was was a Christian. Well, no, Moses was before Christians existed. Moses was a what do you call him? he was a Canaanite, and a basis for Judaism, but he probably wasn't a Jew. There's some spear tips. You get some interesting here, and I'll let you look at it, and I gotta let Jackie in. Some more little figures. Look at these buttons, ancient buttons. And then there's some little sphinxes. Pendants. Come on, camera. Blur camera. It's like a funnel for filling their jars. Olive oil, probably. Blur, blur, blur. There it is. See, when you go, you know that was a face. But over time, it's been destroyed, and you barely make out that it's a face. But it is a face. I show a rock and I say there's a face, but it's very distorted from erosion. People don't, why didn't it stay pristine over 14,000 years? It should still be pristine. No, because you're an idiot if you don't understand that erosion happens. There she is. I'll let you look at it. It's probably Athena. I'll let Jack in. Get my cup of coffee. Let you look at her for a minute. Let me get my coffee. That's all. Turn the generator off because my batteries are full. Bottom of this. Ah. Now that I stood up, you got to give me time for a bathroom break. The ladder activated upon getting vertical. Yeah, I find pieces of pottery and stuff on my own land here, and bones. I've found a couple bones here. Forrest through time in the trash. Yeah. Some nice gold ornaments, and that those bracelets are awesome. Yeah, when you go through, you don't have time. You take the picture, you don't really see that it came out blur. I gotta send my camera in to get the LCD fixed. It doesn't work, so all I have is the little thing you look through with your eye, and you can't tell if it's focused or not. And there, Sam Smith's solve was wrong. Troy never had his own solve. Woody Bob. I'm not jealous of them people. No. They disparage me. They insult me. They try to put me down. They try to, that hand doesn't mean anything. That sign just they don't understand. Forrest Fenn's private eye come up to me. Would you like your picture with Forrest? Okay. Then he did the doff in the hat, hand to God sign to me. He took that hat, he gave it to Shiloh and told Shiloh, go get mildew from the car for me. He didn't call it a Jeep or a truck or anything. He called it a car. Shiloh went and got it. He put that hat on, and then more pictures of me and Forrest putting on mildew. I'm never going to wear that hat. And when he wore it, that meant that somebody did something that he said would never happen. And you people are just in denial because you are so jealous that Bill got awarded, presented, or given the title. You're so jealous, and they hate me. They hate me because Gorman did it. He has the answers, and he has pictures proving this stuff. But we can't put we can't figure out how mildew. How mildew is related to the hat doffing. It was part of the same ceremony. Barbara Reese was there to report. Other people were there to report. The pictures I have with me and Forrest face to face, those were pictures taken by Barbara Reese and Cynthia, and other people took those pictures, not me. The picture with Forrest doing the hand of God signed off in the hat, that was a picture taken by Forrest Fenn's private eye with my phone. And then they had to take a picture of him with Forrest and Cynthia. That is telling me, here's our team. Cynthia is part of the disinformation to cover up and hide and make sure. And then when it came out that she wanted to make sure that no trailer trash got a hold of it, then you're like, oh, is this woman trying to destroy what I worked hard for? Is this woman and her bigotry against people who don't live on Arnold Palmer country clubs? If you don't live on an Arnold Palmer country club, then you don't deserve it. You're not some guy with a pickup truck and no job. You know, and there are lots of people that live in the Chase that live in mobile homes or RVs. I live in an RV. Ghost Dancer lives in an RV. Sophia lives in an RV part-time. That really just tried to, that's bigotry coming from her. I have tried to have discussions with Cynthia. Will not open up and have a conversation with me. She is another person who ignores me. Ignorant means you ignore somebody. And yes, Street is ignorant. Troy is ignorant. Rob, I gave you a break. Like Rob, Tyler, I give them a break because they're not the brightest. They're not the brightest crayon in the box. You know what I mean? And they're don't have their logic and reason is immature. And I don't like to disparage people that are somewhat retarded. Rob is just I'll go along with the good old boys. Yeah. I do not have Alzheimer's. In fact, I could show you an MRI of my brain, and it is completely there. Everything is there. I even have the extra lobe, like Einstein. So, and then was it Trusted trying to? Oh, Gorman said his IQ was 254. No, I said it was 154. Ignorant. Don't listen to it. I ignored what he said, and I got something else in my head. I see them going on that. Oh, I thought you said no, and the person said something completely different from what his response is. It's because some people, they're unable to listen. They are so busy talking and putting out their thoughts that they are unable to listen and absorb the thoughts of somebody else. And by not listening, that is being ignorant. To not listen, to not pay attention, to not give somebody undivided attention. When you have something that you think is more important, like they'd ask a question, I start to answer it, and they're asking another question before I can answer the first question, not allowing me to give a full answer. And that's what pisses me off when I'm interrupted, when I'm given the answer and I'm interrupted. It's just totally disrespectful, ignorant, pompous freaking assholes. There's the legs walking like this things in Egypt. They're walking. They're going somewhere. They're not sitting idle. I think it's Athena or one of the oracles. I don't know. There's a bull and a horse. The bull attacking a horse, maybe? I don't know. There's the legs walking. Horse, the people. The horse has a head, but why don't they even take the nose off the horse? They're just destroying culture. And imagine all the cultures before this one that have been destroyed. Here's a model of what it was in the good old days. Boy, there was a really long one there. That's gone. That whole thing there, pretty much. Someone on a throne. She got her leg up. Look, there's wings on her ankle. Maybe Achilles? Look, a picture from inside. So that's what the Temple of Apollo looked like in its days of glory. So see how big that thing is? Or I'm closer to it than that guy's in the background. And she's sitting up there. This must have been what I guess it looked like when all the figures were outside the temple. A beautiful serving dish or something with Apollo. The water coming out of the And he's got his little musical lyre. Somebody, oh, that's lyre. No, it's Apollo. He had a little lyre. Here's some brass ornaments and stuff. Yeah, and I saw Mary made a comment. Oh, Bill, he still thinks it. You know what? I don't think I know. And you don't know my solution. The people try to discredit me. Don't know my. All they know is there's a car and there's a Moses. And like Street has never ever read Once Upon a While. He only admits to having the thrill of the chase. He doesn't have Too Far to Walk, Once Upon a While. And there's a new verification that he's ignorant. If you're ignorant, you didn't read all the books. That's a sign of being ignorant. These Greek letters across here, whatever it's saying. Yeah. I'm not going to try and decipher the Greek. Some of it. And, I have a euro, €5 here. Where'd it go? I had it out under my computer, I think. But it shows you that the omega is the O. It translates to the O. Some people think that the Greek alphabet, that the regular alphabet we know went in the same order as the Greek alphabet. No, they had a different order. It is a different order of all the letters. And so that's why a P looks like an R, and it's not. So the omega was the last letter, but it was not the X. It wasn't the 24th letter of our alphabet. Sorry, John. That's how it is. Yeah. I'll get to that later. Some lions. I have a folder with pictures of. There's a turtle. A turtle lamp or something. Like the head of the turtle was a flame, like this oil lamp. Some of these little things were probably oil lamps. You put oil in there and you can put a fire on top of it. Yeah, he's lost everything. All that's left is his legs and his ass. I've got rocks that look like that. My rock pictures from here. There's some neat Greek designs. Yeah, I think they use like a template, and they move it down, draw the next one. Move it down, draw the next one. Lion head on a. And I think they might have had water coming out their mouth. See, some of it's red and black. Red and black. It's been easy colors to make. I think they had blue too. Pieces of heads. There's the wing. You see, it was her arm coming this wing. And this looks like the torch that the Statue of Liberty is holding. That's so they would fill this with oil and they'd had a flame that went out the top of that, you know? Prometheus gave us fire. Doing a thing, might be able to talk to Matthew McConaughey tomorrow. I didn't make it down to McGarrity's thing. My car's got leaking antifreeze somewhere. I got to find it and fix it, and then I can take a road trip. But I noticed my car can get real low on water and it doesn't overheat. I don't know why that is. The engine must cool pretty good itself. And I don't know if the temperature light is the check engine light on those. They need separate temperature. I need to know because check engine light, if your car is over 10 years old, you can't turn the check engine light off. Bull. Dogs. Greek figures. There's a serpent head. That might have been one of the serpent heads off the top of the Oracle. No, I don't know, but look, it looks like, was that a candle holder? I don't know. There's one of them things they went over their head. Must have been on a statue because that's way too heavy for someone to wear on their head. Some bronze body parts. Where'd it go? Oh, what's going on here? Oh, there it is. Okay. She's mostly there. Part of her doe's gone. There's that torch again. It's like a female Atlas holding the world on her head. Or maybe that is Atlas. Maybe it's not a female. More body parts of statues. Where's my... Really? Huh. Closed my window with the YouTube. There, got it back on my screen. I can see the chat. 100%. I do know this. I have heard the solution because I am the solution. People, he named Willie after me. Willie was after the 2017 Doffin the Hat, Hand of God, mildew thing. He got Willie at the end of 2017. He signed the papers in August of 2017 before he signed his last will. He signed it. It was out of his hands at that time. That's when it was out of his hands. When he signed his last will, okay, I've got it done. Everything's set. I'm ready to die. And the Moses, the worth the cold means nobody's going to have it till I'm dead. You got to get it from my cold, dead hands. Like Charlton Heston told us. Oh, we can't accept that. We can't, Bill said it. We can't accept anything Bill said. But if you put everything I put together and understand how it fits together, if you understand how it fits together, if your bias doesn't let you see the truth thing, then it's your own bias. Your own solution won't let you believe anybody else's, no matter how correct it is. You're stuck on the state of Wyoming and not a Wyoming meandering river through a valley and meadows that the river made meandered over here. And so there's a meadow there now, but the river goes over here now. And the whole wood is from these type of areas where the river used to go and now is filled in. And so the meadows are the letters WOOD is the shape of the meadows, the letters, and the backstretch of the D that he prayed for. The car was there, and the seat cushion he was sitting on in the back of the car, the seat cushion springs were about 200 feet in front of the car by the creek. So I got the car and the seat cushion springs he was sitting on, and it's the car Father on the Banco of Model A. Father on the Banco, he's sitting on a Model A. Whether you believe it or not, that is a Model A. Georgia O'Keeffe made her paintings in the back seat of her Model A. And you can't tell me that Ralph Lauren doesn't have a Model A amongst his $350 million in cars that he can't take with him. And Ralph Lauren got started by making ties, and Forrest won't wear those ties. You got to be stupid because I am not wrong. No, you got to be stupid because I am not wrong. Those are facts. A fact that Ralph Lauren has $350 million in cars. Some of them are millions of dollars a piece. You got it. To ignore that makes you ignorant. And if you are ignorant, I will call you ignorant. I mean, I asked him at the museum, what does this hand out here, what does that mean? That's an offering. It's given to you by the gods. The gods are making an offering. Sculpture from the large ropes of the tholos, the thorax, the trunk of the body. There's a part of one of the tops of the columns. It's like a battle going on, missing their swords and things. I didn't finish making my cup of coffee. Put some cream in it. Put all the sugar and the chocolates in there. Put the cream in it. Bring it over to my desk. I make good coffee. It's half chocolate, half coffee. But it's the full strength coffee with full strength chocolate. So there's more thoraxes, tholos. He's missing both his heads. Yeah. Boy, they tried busting her up, huh? Took this knee out and part of her leg. They just smashed things. The invaders did. She's missing her head. There's maybe Socrates or Plato or more Greek statues. I think that's Roman, and it looks like the head was redone and still nose broken. Some of these are replicas of things that were taken to Italy too. There's the Cupid. That hand on top is definitely a remake. Maybe the hand had a finger extended. Yeah, he's only missing one of his heads. He's missing his face, but only one head is gone. It's the feet of some figure. He's only missing one head. This thing was interesting. I meant to get pictures of the other side, but I'm sure it's pretty much the same. Neat stuff. And the three, they probably represent the Oracle too, because it was interpreters were like three psychic women, or two or three of them, and they tell you what your thing was or whatever. They give you answers to your question, or tell you something. Solve on the be solve keeps liberator or ator inferator something. Give us more time and I can probably read it. Art is yeah, and you know what? These guys think that they can still, there's still time for them to win. Well, the winner was noted by Forrest in 2017. It was all set in stone. They're not going to change the outcome. The only thing they'll change about the outcome is that when the final outcome does come, everybody will see how insignificant they were all along. And what pieces of trash they were, and how much they disrespected the real solver. And no, there is nobody going to come knock. I never said that is a possibility. They can knock on the door. They can ring the phone. They can mail something to the P.O. box. They can send me an email. But I think it's probably Fenn's private eye will let me know when it's time. He'll just let me know, hey, you need to come down to Santa Fe, you know? The people who are, and Forrest said that his family won't know what happened, where it went. But they don't show any respect for me. I've never attacked them or threatened them with anything. I did. The only thing I said was the FBI should see if the LLC has proper title. These people, do they really own it, or was there some kind of extortion or something? How did these people get their hands on it? Ham's art was the best art of all the art. Fenn's attorney already contacted who he needed to. Critical Mass, you don't know who Fenn's attorney is. We haven't heard from his attorney who manages San Lazaro Holdings Company. Carl was the attorney to defend against the lawsuits. He did not know the solution. He could not know the solution because if he knew the solution, he couldn't have plausible deniability. The other attorney had the connections with these Yellowstone people, with the and it was set up. And hey, Yellowstone, we'll get people to stop going and looking in Yellowstone, but we need a little help here. You need a little, and we're going to come up with this story that it was found, and you're going to agree, and it's going to look all legal on paper, and you don't even have that job anymore. So it's up to the next to say, oh yeah, that was just a cover story. Like even you watch the news, and the news is telling you lies. Well, the news and the chase has been telling you lies too. On Canyon Road. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, it's a Museum Hill right above Fort Fenn's place. Be the guy from Publishers Clearinghouse. Yeah, I made a joke about Ed McMahon. You know, that's, of course, Ed McMahon's been dead and ain't going to be coming knocking on anybody's door. Some people can't tell the difference between a joke and a fact. A joke is obviously a joke. No dead man is going to come knock on my door. But it is possible to land a helicopter here, knock on my door. That's a possibility. That doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. That's just a possibility. There are many possibilities. Yeah. Well, one thing, I'm not wrong. You don't know all the facts is all. You don't understand that the doffing the hat and the mildew was all part of the same ceremony. You believe street and that I was not dragging that towel around. I have a bad back. I got it out of my car and I put it up. I think I put it on top of the wall at first, and Forrest or somebody asked me to put it over in the other spot. And where did they have me put it? Right there next to where Forrest Fenn set up two chairs, where he sat in the one chair, and whoever was sitting talking to him had their back to the Model A cowl. They had their back to it. And Forrest was laughing because that thing is so close he could bite him on the ass. And they don't see it. They don't recognize it. They are so blind. They don't see what's right there behind their ass. They're looking for gold. They're looking for silver. But as Jack Sparrow says, not all treasure is silver and gold. He treasured that car. That car was a part of the family. He looked out the schoolhouse window. What did he do when he was in the car? Did he do like people do on the airplane and pull the blind down? No. He had his face fixed to the window, looking at all the stuff he was driving by, wondering about it. Real chest, the real chest. A cowl. You can get a polo shirt with a cowl insignia. Okay. Where is the cowl insignia? On the chest. The chest is the cowl. Don't be ignorant. Don't be ignorant. That is a fact. The chest is a cowl. I have the cowl. On the back of the car, they used to have a chest or a trunk that they called a boot. He lost a boot. And the cowl is also the bonnet. He wouldn't sell Ralph Lauren his war bonnet. And this is the bonnet of the car, the front of the car, the bonnet. Oh. And ignorance says, oh, he's lying. I'm not lying. I am not lying at all. Those are facts. You aren't able to look up the meaning of the words, meanings of the words. What else can it mean that they're not telling me? Ralph Lauren has a $350 million car collection. He's got pictures of him with his Jaguar. The handle of the chest is a Jaguar. Building where the treasure chest doesn't have anything to do with Navajos or it may have something to do with the Utes because Colorado had a campaign to run the Utes out of Colorado. And the slogan was, the Utes must go. Why must I go? Because the Utes must go. You must go. Why must I go? Because you are ignorant. Okay. The original is the darker stuff and the light stuff is the replaced. More figures. More figures. Oh, see, his cape has got a lion head on it hanging over his shoulder. He's like wearing a lion fur. One of my ancestors wore the cloak of Charlemagne. He's an ancestor too. Because to be a king, you had to be descended from the gods, from Adam and Eve. Let's see. Let's get some. I got to have some charge going, keeping everything charged up. Now I switch from the generator running. I go to solar charge. I don't know if you can hear that fan running. Here's a guy holding his, well, maybe he's carrying a fallen comrade. I don't know. I don't know what the story is, but here's a serpent or a dragon. He's got the dragon by the hand around the neck of the dragon. Or warriors. Warriors. He's missing his head. Base of a column. Hey, his nose is there. Nobody busted his face up. He's only missing one head. This is a charioteer, a bronze charioteer. And I'll show you the chariot part and horse part, but this is what's left of the charioteer is pretty complete. Missing an arm. And I don't know what the ribbon represents. Barefoot, no sandals. And this is what's left of the horse and the chariot. I wonder if this arm was actually this arm that's gone. It could be. Well, it's up. Maybe, yeah. It could be. And you see, King Tut still lives because his memories live. His tomb has been found. And so he's been resurrected into history. He had vanished from history for 1,000 years or so, and he's been rediscovered. And there's the air conditioning for the guard shack. And this is by the restaurant, just a base. That's the end of those. So I'll stop share. There. Now I can over here, put that there, and you can see the chat there. So if it was the chest hidden in the Rocky Mountains. He tells us about putting Moses looked too fresh and new. So he put Moses out on his balcony to weather him, to weather Moses, to give him a look like he'd been outside and it wasn't just a freshly carved. And he brought Moses in and put him on the second step of his den. Then he doesn't tell us this, but he put the treasure chest outside. I think he had a planter box out on his balcony with a plant in it or something, and he buried it in that planter box, and nobody knew it was out there in the plant. He left it in there for 10 years to weather it and condition to make it look like it'd been buried in the soil for a while. And then when it was recovered, all he did was go out on his balcony and get it. He told us nobody's going to stumble on it. If nobody can stumble on it, it's not out there. It was where nobody could stumble on it, on his balcony. He was probably the only one that went out on his balcony, other than maybe somebody to water a plant or something. Or he may have given the housekeeper instructions, don't worry about it. I'll take care of that, So nobody would ever see or realize that thing was right out there on his balcony all that time, because nobody was going to find. He made one mistake. Somebody said that they had gotten it already, and he said unless they got here, unless they got to his house before he got back from hiding it. Well, because it was at his house. People who came to his house, oh, you were within 200 feet. It's right up there on the balcony. The car one time was and Blanco Basin outside Pagosa Springs. Yeah. The car part was in the D meadow. The cowl was. The rest of the car was up the other side of Highway 160, quarter mile up the hill, quarter mile, half mile up the hill on the other side. The reason I know it was there, electrician who put the pole line, the power poles going up to the cell tower on top of the mountain, told me the rest of the car was up there. I showed him the car that I found. He said, "Oh, the rest of that car is it's up along that pole line going up the mountain." And I went and looked. It's got to be buried in brush or something, or somebody removed the rest of the car. Because the cowl having a bullet hole through it, they couldn't really use it. The gas gauge is locked, so they got the rest of the car to restore that car. And the cowl, because when they were putting those poles in, I think Forrest was running some kind of air service or helicopter service, possibly. And he might have been contracted to set those poles on the mountain. Because they would have a truck that parked on the side of the highway with the poles on it. They'd have all the holes for the poles going up the hill. And they'd probably start with the pole at the top. They'd take a pole off the truck, put that pole in, fill it in with dirt, and then they'd set the next pole in its hole. And this way the guys are hiking downhill instead of uphill, so they can get it done faster. And they set all these poles, and the guys putting in the power line noticed that car up there on the hill, but the cowl was taken off and put in this meadow intentionally with rusted seat cushion springs, because he was sitting on a seat cushion in the back of the car. And moving toward Cody was the rope on the buffalo, and the car was following Cody. It's where my car will be parked at the museum. It's where my father parked the car outside the school. It's where the car was parked here. The car was parked there. It's about the car, not the parking space. And that Chevy, it was a part of the family. How dare he trade it for a Plymouth? Well, the Chevy, Father on the Banco, he's not sitting on a Chevy, is he? He's sitting on that Model A that they made all those trips to Yellowstone in. Before they had the Chevy, they had the Model A. And he would ride in the back of the car, staring out the window. And there were so many memories that came with that car. And how many people don't have gold and jewels, but they got a fancy car? That's their status symbol, is the car. And there are still ignorant people. If you ignore the car, you are ignorant. If you ignore that this is my New Hampshire license plate and I lived in the East, you are ignorant. Says, live free or die. Why does it look different on there? Okay, that's correct. How come it looks the same? Well, I guess I can read that mirrored thing. Because I see on YouTube it's correct, but on the Zoom it's showing me backwards, mirrored. And you see my all-seeing eye up here. Yeah, and there's an elephant on it. Get behind it. There's an elephant right here. It's a little elephant. Like a glass elephant. And that's the all-seeing eye. It's a little, I could put it outside and it'd be like, it has these glass balls that wind chime on it. That's the Greek all-seeing eye. It was like think that was $20. Let's see. With the little elephant. And elephants bring money. Still waiting for the elephant. Oh, put that back. Spin around. Come on. Spin around. It wants to show the backside. Okay. So we'll put it on this way. It should spin and show the front side. And I got Aries. I was there for my birthday. Aries, the god of war. Athena, the goddess of war. So Aries and Athena are two alphas. And I like his little spear comes out. I didn't know if that, are you going to let me on the airplane? I got a spear. He's pretty cool. Big shield there. Yeah, got him sitting on top of Togo's thing here. I glued the owl down to the top of Togo's. I got the Athenian owl up there on top of Togo's display. And I got my bicycle. It'll go backwards. Go forward. I still got to catch a prairie dog and teach him to ride it. Trying to get this wheel straight with the handlebars. It's not straight with the headlight. Pretty neat little bike. See, it's even got the little generator on the wheel to run the headlight with the wire going to it. It doesn't work, of course. It's just for looks. And the wheel ain't perfectly round. Let me see here. Go. Participants. Copy link. And we can put this in. So maybe somebody will want to ask about some things. There's the link at the top. She said she left the dressing off. Oh, word salad. Okay. Yeah, she ignores me too. If she paid attention, she would know that I was right. But nobody pays attention. They don't pay attention. They don't do any research. They don't know anything about ancient stuff. Caps locks, Woody. When you hit that A, you hit the cap lock at the same time. I do that all the time. All of a sudden, it's all capitals. It's like, oh, shit. And sometimes I type and I expect that it's typing what I put and I don't read it and I got a typo. What's really bad is when there are people that can't decipher, well, what was the typo? What's that 8? Oh, that 8 might be an I or it might be a U. The 8 is next to the I and the U on the keyboard. Sometimes when you hit the A, you accidentally hit the cap lock, and then you got all cap. Oh, he meant to have an A there because they accidentally hit the cap lock. See, and when you went for the A of Mary, you hit the cap lock. Yeah. I can't wait to see what happens in this court thing. I think she's going to be put in jail. We want you here because you are going down for contempt and wasting the court's time with this frivolous stuff. You're a lawyer. You know better. You know better. You know better. Claim, okay. Claims to be retired. Greg, can't be affecting your income because if you're retired, you don't have a law practice anymore. You're retired. You're not making money. You're living off your pension that you saved up for. Or no, you're living off daddy. You know, any money you have's in daddy's account. And using the internet to perpetrate a fraud, a false claim like she is, and using the legal system and claiming that you're the solver when you've had no confirmation. I haven't had the confirmation yet. And I know it's confirmed. I was there at the hat doffing and the mildew thing. I'm never going to wear that hat. Never, ever. Nobody's going to find it before I died. I think he had a bet with Doug Preston. Nobody's going to find it before I die. I found that car before he died. I did what he thought nobody could do. And then he put on mildew. You want to know where was your where warm waters halt? Pagosa Springs, but I kind of got there. I was searching for Poncha Springs, Rainbow Trail, Poncha Springs, have hot springs and a rainbow trail halfway up to the pass. And I wanted to find a map of Rainbow Trail, right? But what came up was Rainbow Hot Springs. And there's a trail that goes to Rainbow Hot Springs from near Bootjack Ranch, which was owned by David Jennings Brown in the Pagosa Valley down below Wolf Creek Pass. And it's a 4.5 mile walk to Rainbow Hot Springs. To go there twice in a day, that's 18 miles. You're not going to walk 18 miles on a mountain trail in a day. When I was in high school, we had backpacking for PE. So I went on 2 or 3 backpacking trips with the PE class because I kept taking backpacking. I want to go backpacking. And we did hiked up near Donner Pass and up in the coastal range, up in the redwoods in the Santa Cruz Mountains. We went hiking from we hiked from Skyline Boulevard down to Big Basin. I think it's called Big Basin. Yeah. State Park, where you got giant redwood trees and stuff. And really, when you go out there, you see stuff that you don't see from the highway or anywhere else, And it's pretty neat. But when we went up there, right, we went with the camping class goes, and they stay in camp at this campground that we started our hike. We stayed one night at the campground, and then we hiked out. I think we hiked 5 miles one day, and then we camped up in the wilderness, and then we hiked another 5 miles the next day down to Big Basin. So it was 10 miles altogether, and then we camped a night in Big Basin. And I remember there's a big tree across the creek, and it's like a bridge across the creek. But you got a redwood tree that's 10 feet in diameter. That's a damn good bridge. But yeah, that was all cool. When I cut my hand on something. Oracle. So while I was at the Oracle of Delphi, I asked the Oracle when the treasure hunt is going to end. When's this final ending coming, right? It doesn't answer you right there. How does the Oracle answer you? It shows up in your dreams. So I had this very vivid dream that night. And I was at one of the Fenn houses. Yeah, I don't know, it was Forrest Fenn's house or Zoe's house or Kelly's house or what. So I'm having this dream, and I said, well, where is everybody? You know, and all of a sudden, boom, they show up, right? And there was Zoe and Kelly. There's the Sybils. Two sides of the same coin. I'm not saying it. But the Sybils were the oracles that gave you the answer, that told you what your mission was or whatever, you know. So they were there, and I think it was Zoe's husband was there. Mr. Wood or Mr. Old. And there, but the odd thing, there was a guy there. He seemed Japanese or half Japanese to me. That's what I interpreted this guy to be, a Japanese or half Japanese. And they said, I think it was in the dream, it was the one I pictured as Kelly, she said, this is really weird. It seems like a dream or something, you know? And I said, well, it is a dream because I'm in Athens, Greece right now, and you're in Santa Fe. So it has to be a dream. And I said, when's this all going to end? She said, January. So I got an answer from the Oracle. And then like 2 or 3 days after that, so that was like Friday, Saturday night that I had this dream. Then on Monday, K-Pro comes on and she says, December 31st. Well, ain't that January? Treasure Falls. Treasure boldly printed on the map. And you know, Treasure Falls is right next to Treasure, Colorado. If you put in Google Earth, Treasure, Colorado, it'll show you right there along Highway 160, right below the home of David Jennings Brown's Boot Jack Ranch. The gypsies are up on the side of the cliff. The gypsy wagon is at what's the guy's name? First thing in here. I think. Or no, it's in Once Upon a While. The artist, the Red Rider guy, Fred Harmon. Fred Harmon, his house and museum in Pagosa Springs, the Fred Harmon House Museum, which has been closed. Fred died, I don't know, 20, right? I think around when Forrest wrote the book, or just after that, or just before it, somewhere in there. Critical mass, sorry, but you are wrong. That's not what the result will be. I am not fearful of that at all. You're biased is why you say that, because you are biased. Okay. So Fred Harmon lived in Pagosa Springs. He has a gypsy wagon out in front of the house. You can see it from the highway. You drive by Fred Harmon's house, and there's a gypsy wagon with the big wheels on it with rubber tires, like wagon wheels with rubber tires. But it's a wood gypsy wagon, like the one that the wizard had in the Wizard of Oz, kind of that style of gypsy wagon. It was like an RV, 120-year-old RV, right? And yeah, there's a bunch of stonework. You know, guy that did the atomic bomb, Oppenheimer's chair and his typewriter are in Pagosa Springs. The bomb. Okay. Pagosa Springs is the world's deepest hot spring. Of all the warm waters, it halts the deepest. It singles it out. No other warm waters halt so deep. It is where warm waters halt. Other warm waters halt much shallower. But he talked about the hot, steamy, muddy bottom. And where was his brother Skippy? He was on the bottom, looking up. He was in the muddy bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. And he had his weights on. So it's like something happened when he was, because I have an open water scuba license. I can't find it, but I have one. It needs to be renewed. I need a refresher thing, but I went through the basic and then the open water. So I'm able to dive to 120 feet down. And I think he was in 90 feet of water. But we had dove down to these old ships that they sunk to produce coral reefs from. And you go swimming through the cargo part of the ship. There's a big hatch. I'm swimming up. I swim up through the hatch. I come up through the hatch and I look over there, and there's like this 6-foot barracuda there. I'm like, okay, I'm going back down this way. I don't want to bother you. Bye-bye, Mr. Barracuda. And, you know, they just sit there and hover. They're just waiting for something to come by to grab. Yeah. And people don't get it. That Peggy told us what it was. Peggy had a part of it. She said, you should call it the bullet because it is shot. It had a bullet hole through the fuel tank, just like his airplane that he crash landed, dropped the tail hook to grab an anchor chain. The anchor chain was on the ass of the plane and not on Street's ass. Mario, you got the wrong freaking anchor. Yellow Jacket Creek, a quarry. Well, quarries are also where they get rocks for sculptures. There were people out there, all they would accept as a correct find was silver and gold. Oh, but there was only no, there was a silver bracelet in there. There was silver in there. This is silver plated with gold, and it's heavy. I still gotta put a new battery in my scale and weigh it, because if that is like they told me, silver plated with gold, I paid spot. And see, scale here. Can't get my arm in there. A little shelf, and I can barely get my arm back in there. Get the things out. Some Velcro. I want to find out what this thing weighs. That ain't it. Can't find it. I put it somewhere else. Get my flashlight and look in there. It's dark. Oh, maybe we aren't talking about that. Oh, let me see. Yeah, nobody trying to join. Ooh, look, I cut my hand putting it in there. Squeeze some blood out. It's coming. Yeah, they're healing. Oh, look, I got myself there too. Oh, where did that go? Probably in this drawer. I'm not going to look for my scale. I'll find it and weigh it. Tell you another time what that thing weighs. But this Alexander is the same thing. It's a silver plated with gold. And Athena on the back. Ooh. And Alexander the Great. Probably related to him too. Man, I scratched myself good. I'm bleeding. Ah. What did that? There wasn't anything under there. It had been just wood. Maybe you aren't talking about the same poem. Worth the Cold is from my cold dead hands, Charlton Heston, who played Moses. Peggy died on Charlton Heston's birthday. Forrest died on Grandma Moses' birthday. It's not a coincidence. And there are people say that there is no such thing as a coincidence. Man, that's going good now. Nice red. Stop bleeding. Some of the most beautiful stone came from the quarry, Yellow Jacket. Yeah, I think that one of the buildings in Washington, D.C. was all with Colorado marble. One of my relatives named Rogers, I think he designed the post office building in Washington, D.C. that's all marble. So he was a master mason. So yeah, the people that designed those things were masons. It looks like something swimming in my orb here. But there isn't. But I see something like changing in here. It's weird. My parents there's my dad on one side. Check it out. My mother on the other side. My mother died in 1989 when Forrest had cancer. She died of cancer. And my dad died in 2000. And there's some younger people losing their parents now. And some people think, oh, you don't understand what it's like. I do understand what it's like. I lost both of mine quite a while ago. When I was 31 when my mother died. And I was when my dad died, I was 42. Yeah, 42. So and my grandmother outlived my father. My dad died in 2000. His mother died in 2004. She was 94. And my father died because he went in for heart surgery. Something went wrong. He coughed after the surgery. After he was out of ICU, and he coughed. His sternum split back open, and air was going in and out through a hole in his sternum for 4 days before they went and reoperate. And meantime, he got a staph infection in his sternum. And so they had to remove his sternum, cut his sternum out, just ribs coming here, ending in nothing. And then they used muscles from butt cheeks or something, or legs, to join these bones, to connect these bones together, so he didn't just flail open, and then so he was sedated for 4 months from that surgery. And I was really pissed at the doctor. I chewed that doctor out. I said, you do whatever you have to save him. Pretend do what you would do for your own father. A lot of people love my dad, and he was a good man. He took me to work as an electrician, got me started as an electrician with the IBEW back in 1978, 79. I worked at the same company as him, and I did temperature controls, electrical, and I'd set up AMD fabrication facilities, Intel fabrication, Hewlett Packard facilities, national semiconductor jobs. And we worked at, what's that company? They were big. They have nuclear stuff too, because they had rooms, 6-foot concrete walls. And what was the name of that company? They're a big defense contractor or whatever. But we worked on that. Huge buildings where you put 4 football fields on the roof, We had to do the stuff, the temperature controls with the air conditioners on the roof. Maybe we aren't talking about the same poem. No, critical mass, you don't understand the poem. Some of the most beautiful stone came from the upper Pedro River. Used to be great fishing. Barbara doesn't realize I was at Rainbow Mine and Lost Treasure Mine. I was there in 2014. 2014, I was there searching Rainbow Mine, Lost Treasure Mine. There's a bunch of what's that stuff they use for the windows? It's and it's really shiny on the rocks and stuff. But they were mining that type of stuff there, not so much. And at that time, my upper partial only had one tooth on it, and the other half of it had broken off. It didn't have any teeth on that, so I only wore half the partial with the one tooth. But I had it in my pocket, and it fell out somewhere up there. Up there is one of my a part of one of my partials. And I prefer the little sad Hollywood teeth, but I'd rather have them screwed in. I'd rather have them permanently mounted because the glue and stuff. If you got to choose between the glue and denture grip, if you got to choose between denture grip or metal posts, I'd rather have the metal post because the denture grip has zinc in it, and zinc it's probably what my mother got cancer from, the zinc in her dentures, because she had dentures from when she was 24 or something. My mother's, it's something hereditary that the teeth just don't do well, and so my mother had dentures from when she was young, and so about 30 years of denture grip was enough zinc to get. thought that they took it out, but according to the thing, it says there's zinc in them. And I thought they took it out because it's not very safe. Zinc is it can be a supplement, but there's a limit. You can't do too much. Still want to find that scale. Weigh this. Want to weigh this chain because it feels like it's 2 or 3 ounces. And I asked another jeweler. I said, what's the value? What is this worth? He said $250, $300. Well, 250, 300 euros, which is actually 330 euros. Yeah, because it's 110% euros to dollars. So it's $130 or 200 is 260. Yeah, so 300 plus. And I said, well, that's good because I only paid 70 for it. I mean, I'll probably never sell it. and it's not real thin. It's a good heavy gold plate on it. And it's a heavy, see, it's a heavy bracelet. Awesome. Oh, yeah. Mica. No, that's mica. It's just mica. Yeah, those are mica mines. But there's one up there called Lost Treasure Mine up above La Madera, which La Madera means the wood. And that's why I was searching around there, because La Madera meant the wood. The waters come down. But then I searched up near Hopewell Reservoir. I was camped right near Tres Piedras and going to these other sites around there or up to, and I gave up on no, it's not here. It's got to be something else. And that's why I headed up near Salida and stuff. Searched around there a year and a half or so. And then that's when I decided I want to look up Rainbow Trail, Poncha Springs, and it gave me Rainbow Hot Springs near Pagosa Springs. And so Rainbow Hot Springs, but Pagosa is where Warm Waters halt. Where Warm Waters, when he shot those meadowlarks, he shot the meadowlarks, and their warm water halted. Their blood stopped pumping. And when his warm water halts is his death, and that's then it's worth the cold that he's passed on, and his death brings about the end. There's something that ends this. Yes, his death ends it. Stoof was a front, a cover. He used a cover to protect the actual solver from people who want to sue. When Troy, oh, you put that cowl on eBay. I had it on eBay, dummy. You didn't pay attention. It was on eBay. And you know why I took it off of eBay? Because Forrest suggested that I should. He says, I can't confirm anything. I can't confirm anything. And somebody might sue you because you can't confirm it. Because he said he wouldn't confirm it. And he said you should take it because somebody might sue you that I'm making thinking that I'm making a false claim. And I took it off, and I told him, therefore, I took it off. Oh, it didn't really matter to me. You know? And I sent him a picture. I took his face and I turned him it made him look like an ancient rock tablet. And I said, here, look, I turned you into an ancient artifact. He replies, "You're funny," because he considered himself an ancient artifact. And these people, Forrest hate Forrest. Forrest never said he. The guy that took the pictures of me with Forrest and doffing the hat thing, the guy told me, he said, Forrest thinks you are funny. So screw you, Street. I don't even think Street graduated from Sesame Street. Yeah, do you know the way? Lots of Formica on the rock. Formica, that's countertops, but no, that's mica. I'm out too. I had a good day, Woody. Later, critical. You don't believe anything anyhow, so I'm not going to miss you. Yeah. Yeah. I have the link there. Nobody's wanting to join in. That's weird when I couldn't get my computer wants to confirm. It's my computer. Why do you need to confirm with my phone? Yeah, you know? And then the phone's like, I don't know. I don't have any keys for you. It's like, you did a week ago. What it was it was wondering if you travel, you're going to have trouble using Zoom because it's like, oh, this got to be somebody hijacked his account. No way he'd be in Europe. I got to get my my coolant leak fixed, and then I'm going to take a trip and down to Mexico. And just if I find somebody else that wants to go down, I'd rather not go down there alone. But somebody is into metal detecting and stuff because my friends down there do metal detecting and stuff. And they call me great teacher or great master or teacher, they call them, because I showed them how to read the rocks and they have found silver and gold because of what I taught them. They've become rich. What's up here? Haven't found it yet. And I see so much. It's like, which figure is it? How do I read it? But you got to look for the rocks that are heart-shaped, I suppose, is what they're telling me. The heart-shaped rocks will tell you where the treasure's in the heart. Yeah, what's going on? Nobody talking in chat since Peggy told us what it was. It was the bullet. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to get it on the screen over here. Is that right? And Jack Stoof is really Forrest Fenn. Forrest Fenn wrote the Remembrance. He wrote the Remembrance of Forrest Fenn. So what he says twice is important and stuff. He talks about quotes twice. And you got to read the Remembrance. And we'll go share screen again. So Remembrance of Forrest Fenn, September 23rd, 2020. Forrest wrote this. And where does he say, quote, here. Beep, 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 beep. Fine. Q-U-O. Did I hit 2? O-T-E. I realized he had been right and started to get annoyed that I still couldn't stop his quotes. I couldn't stop his quotes from popping into my head even after the chase was finally done. Okay. And we'll find the net 2 places. It says 2 places that there are quotes. Now that he's gone, I'm no longer annoyed by those Fenn quotes are still rattling around in my brain. His words will live with me and every searcher out there for the rest of their lives. And then, so now he talks about quotes. We don't see any quotes up here. There's no quotes up in, so there are no quotes, no quotes, no quotes, no quotes. We're getting there. Right there. Eccentric. Eccentric is quoted. And then I've been called eccentric, and I'm flattered by that. Because the difference between an eccentric and a kook, you think I'm a kook? I just went to the kook. I went to the little kook in Athens. Is an eccentric has money. Okay. And so we go looking, where's the next quote? Oh, right here. So that's just, that quote's, yeah, he's an eccentric. Eccentrics do crazy things. Here's the next quote. I don't want the little Twitter fucking bullshit thing there. Get rid of that. Okay, so it says magic bullet. He went into business. Just highlight that. He went into business with Texas Governor John Connally and the Johnson and Nixon confidant, who was wounded by the, quote, magic bullet in the Kennedy assassination. To see Elmer De Hoy's famed fraudulent masterpieces as fraudulent masterpieces. So with Connally, he was selling De Hoy's masterpieces. That was a partnership he had with Connally. But the magic bullet is quoted there. Magic bullet. And then what do we go down here? Well, we're looking for the next quote. No quotes, no quotes, no quotes, no quotes, no quotes in that paragraph, none in that one. Not missing any, no quotes, no quotes. Oh, there's the next quote. So we had magic bullet quoted, and then blaze. He's telling us the magic bullet is the blaze. Forrest had the ultimate poker face. Ultimate poker face. In the summer of 2018, the only time I had talked to Forrest on the phone before finding the treasure, I called to tell him in the depreciation, I had found a blaze. So blaze is quoted. And then that's it for quotes. There are no more quotes. So he says, eccentric, magic bullet, blaze. It's incredibly generous to leave a chest full of gold out in the wilderness for someone to find. It's a whole other thing to set aside one's driving desire for a legacy in order to protect that stranger. A whole other thing to set aside one's driving desire for a legacy in order to protect the stranger. So he's protecting the actual solver. Jack's tooth is part of the protection plan. But here he's still no quotes, no quotes, no quotes. So his eccentric magic bullet blaze, quadruplet is quoted. Eric published in Scrapbook 177, quadruplet. It's Eric Sloan. Eric Sloan is Return to Taos is all about the cars that he made 2 trips. He made 1 trip in a Model T and 1 trip in a Model A. And the road sign for the Lincoln Highway sign in Return to Taos was used for Bip's sweater. Why does he have a picture of biographies? And there's Willie there, a book biography about Book, and Forrest Fenn's biography, or Thrill of the Chase, I think it was, in the picture. Biographies. Willie's biography. He acquired Willie in late 2017 after the hat doffing, and it's related to Patton. General Patton named his dog Willie after a guy who came to his barbecue. I went to Forrest Fenn's barbecue, and he named his dog Willie after me. And Jack says, when I was at Forrest Fenn's house and his family was around, he called me Bill. It's not just a coincidence. If you ignore everything I've told you, then you're totally ignorant, because you have a bias that you cannot accept what I have told you. They're out. 13. They left. Bye-bye, Woody Bug. Bye-bye, Critical Mass. You know nothing. The people who, he has people that are like film producer level. Film producers keep everything there, generally they do, all their stuff is, you don't really know what is, they keep it quiet and secret. They take their time. Nothing is in a hurry. Nothing's in a rush, because when you hurry and rush, you fuck things up. And everybody's impatient, wanting to hurry and rush and make it over when he has a timeline set. When architects make plans and they make schedules, you don't put the roof on before you pour the foundation. Structures are built on top of a foundation. Without the foundation, you can't have a structure. Your structure is going to fall apart. So, well, my stomach's still from whatever in Athens, and so I gave the docs they gave me a sample kit, and I mailed the sample Friday, so they'll have it Monday, and I don't know what they got to get me something to calm down my gut. It's been fun. Yeah, it's good Sunday. It's nice weather today. Three amps. Keep them batteries charged. I should be getting more amps out of this thing and stuff. I got to rig these solar panels up on this side so they go directly to the batteries and charge the batteries at their 48 volts, 54 volts, whatever. There's three 19-volt batteries. You put them in series, and you have 57 volts. And 57 volts is what you use to charge batteries that go up to 55 volts. It's like your car battery. It's a 12-volt battery, but you can charge it up to 14.5 volts. And it's dead at 10. So goes low. The 12 volts is just the middle range. I had the link there if anybody wants to come in. My microphone's swinging up there. It's not plugged in. Now what happened to my music? The speaker's turned off. Because the music I had playing went through the whole album and stopped. But if somebody joins, I need to turn my speakers back on so I can hear them. Oh, my stomach's hungry. I'm hungry. I either got to go to town, get some more groceries, because I don't think I have anything else. I've eaten most of the food I have here. and now, where'd that go? Where'd it go? Where did it go? I'll get it. Oh. There. Where'd it go? I lose things in this. I have too many things in the RV. So things get buried. You can't lose that. Can't lose my. A little 4 card and a joker joke. 4 cards and a joker. Do it like that. Like that. There you got all the numbers covered up. So we got 4 cards and a joker. Go from the American Express Gold, Discover It, the MasterCard, and the Visa. 4 cards and a joker. I'm the joker, okay? I don't know many trailer trash should have the 4 cards. And it is, if I over the next 6 months, if I use my American Express to buy $2,000 of merchandise, they give me 40,000 Sky Miles, or 42,500, because I did the thing at the kiosk at Delta Airlines. to get the card. So, a few years ago, couldn't get an American Express. Now it wasn't no problem. But I heard if you got all those, it boosts your credit score up to have more than just one. And right now where I'm going to transfer my Dell account. I got like $300 and something left. When I bought my computer was like $1,000 and the printer was $800. And I've got that down to like 300 and something. So I'm going to transfer that over, and then I don't pay any interest on that because it's a transfer. And then I'm going to transfer that to my American. I'm going to transfer that to the MasterCard. And then I don't have because the Dell doesn't show up in the credit report. And so I'm not getting credit for that. So I want it somewhere where I get credit for it. Yeah. Yeah, it is a beautiful day. When I went up to last Wednesday, I drove up to Denver, got to Castle Rock, and there was snow and stuff falling out of the sky. And it was gloomy weather in Denver. And I stayed at the Holiday Inn, and then I thought my appointment was 1 p.m. I'm in the hotel eating breakfast and stuff, and I got back to my room and I got a call that, oh, your appointment was 8:30. I thought it was 1 o'clock. It said 1 o'clock. I swear it said 1 o'clock. And they managed to get me in, and it's a good thing because if you don't make your appointment, they charge you for the room. So I made my appointment and got that all cleared up. And we have nobody joining in to talk. And I don't see no fly on the wall. I guess she prefers Crude, Rude, or Gel Man. And insulting people like Troy. And you're a girl. Oh my God. Now I respect you. Oh, what it was the street thinks, well, it's a girl. I got to be nicer. I might not, and I'll get no pute. To me, they're all the same. Unless there's somebody that's interested in me, I don't put them on a pedestal. They're just like guys. They're just like anybody else. And like I was hoping that woman from Poland would met, but I haven't heard nothing from her. Probably won't ever. I don't know. Did I? I don't know if she gave me her number. Let me see. Contacts. Meander. Nope. She didn't give me her number. Should have got it. Because I wouldn't be checking. I'd call. I would love to make a trip to Poland and see Warsaw and some of the stuff the Germans, probably everything they bombed, been torn down and rebuilt. But there's a lot of World War II stuff up there. And I think what was the Amber Room was in Poland, wasn't it? Or one of them cities up there. We was having just got done skimming Juan de Ote, the last conquistadors. Don Quixote, the conquistador. Yeah, there were conquistadors. They came and they destroyed all the beautiful stuff of the Mayans and Aztecs. It's a shame. I hate people who destroy cultures are idiots. You know, there's like World War II. You don't hear much about World War II happening in Greece. I heard somebody, Greece destroyed the economy of England, and it was great there. You can go out to a restaurant for half the price of going to a restaurant here. You can go down to the sandwich shop and got 20-some different sandwiches. I got the brat sandwich, and it's a brat with some onions and peppers and stuff, and it's on a French roll. It's about yay big sandwich, and they slice it kind of. They put the meat and the things in it, and then they put the whole thing in this griddle thing with a top and a bottom, kind of like a waffle iron, and they steam that sandwich in there for a little bit, cook the bun and all that. You got a hot sandwich, and those were the best. That was near the Little Kook, and I don't know if I showed Little Kook. I think I did, but it's worth looking at again. If I go boop and Greece. Close that one. Open that one. And share that one. Share the Kook, Little Kook, and Kooks were mentioned in the Stoop letter. So the Kook is like Alice in Wonderland. See, these people are in the restaurant. They're sitting at a table to have drinks or whatever, and she's in the bird cage. Here's the Humpty Dumpty, the carriage, and all the Alice in Wonderland stuff. The Queen, Little Kook. Little Kook. And all the stuff on the roof. And the dragons are on the roof. There's dragon there. There's a dragon over on this right side off the screen. See, there's the other dragon up there. I got a picture from another angle of him. Fiddle-dee and fiddle-dum. 8 of clubs is the butterfly, the 8. Because the 8 is like butterfly wings. Let's see. And I see that. Alice in Kookland. There's a big dragon, another butterfly up there. All these Mad Hatter, the teapot, dude. So they have this building and they got another one. And the staff, it's like Disneyland going there, man. Look, she's got tattoos. Dragon. There's the other dragon up there. Fiddle-dee and fiddle-dum. There's the frog. And when I drive to Levita, there's these pink flamingos along the highway. The Cheshire Cat and the rabbit. watch in his pocket. I spent a lot of time. So some of these figures they probably manufactured themselves. And that's looking out way up the street, the T's at the Kook. And the gift shops, these where these neons are, there's a gift shop there that bought some things there. Elephants. And it's funny, Barbara brings that, and I was an elephant before you all knew of Barbara. I was an elephant before she met me. Drink me at Little Kook. Look, he must be Jewish. White rabbits. More rabbits. See, that's in the window of the gift shop. Oh, a little diorama, snowing. Nighttime. Alice in Kookland. Mushrooms. The roses. There you go, Rose. Just ran out the door. Didn't look back. And that's supposed to please me. I don't think so. Like, it just means, well, I'm not going to fall for it. So it's got to be real. You know, I ain't falling for bullshit. It was a made up story. How do we ditch him? Oh, say this happened and then disappear. And it's like, well, now I don't believe it at all because it was a big lie if there was no follow-up explanation. A big lie if you went to somebody who's really a terrorist instead of somebody who's be kind to you. Big, big lie. And it's a big lie until they make it real. Make it real or else forget about it. See, that's looking back, the one with all the, that is at the end there. You see the little Kook in the entrance to the restaurant. And most of the dining is outside. They fix the food inside and you sit outside. Walk through. You got to turn slower. Camera can't keep up if you turn too fast. There's the other dragon. Good shot of him. He's a cool looking dragon. Ooh, the carriage. And this wasn't the Kook. This was around the corner, but somebody trying to do the same type of thing with the big elephant. In the lanterns. Some of the stuff I would have liked, like one of these lanterns would have been cool, but as far as carry-on bags, that kind of stuff is undoable. But I should have got a card so that I could order it by mail. So exit that. Boom, I'm back. Is that dragon? Jabberwocky. Oh, they love dragons. Yes. Allison Chains, Allison Cooper. You see, yeah, Allison Chains, Allison Cooper. It's it's Alice Cooper. And I met Alice Cooper. I met Alice Cooper in Denver at Cooperstown. He had a bar in Denver. I went to it was after 9/11. I went to the Rockies game. I brought my American flag to the Rockies game to be a patriot. And they made me put that away. They were going to throw me out. And I walked out of the game. I didn't even care to be there for the end. I was pissed. You don't tell somebody to put their American flag away. You to show patriotism. Oh, it'll piss off I don't care who it pisses off. I'm a patriot. You're not. And so I went down to Cooperstown. It just so happened Alice Cooper was doing a show at the Pepsi Center. And he came over to his bar after the show and was there doing autographs and meet and greet. But you couldn't. He was in this one little area, and you had to go past his security guys to go up and talk to him. They didn't want you taking pictures inside that. So I got pictures of him from further back of him talking to other people. But it would have been neat to have a selfie with him. But I did meet Alice Cooper. I've met Gene Kelly and Jerry Van Dyke. I met him. I met Gene Kelly and Jerry Van Dyke at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, California, back in the early 70s. Cooper. Wow. All right. Yeah, it is nice. And I got to get groceries. I got some other pictures I can show you. I can make my stomach wait a little longer. Vegas Hill, National Gardens, Olympic Stadium. I did those others. Rocks. Oh, the Temple of Zeus. So, Temple of Zeus. There. The Temple of Zeus, the one with all the scaffolding that never comes down. It looks very permanent. That's not just regular scaffolding. That's heavy duty shit. And what are they doing to it? Nothing. You'd think they'd get on top, drill a hole all the way through it, and then fill that with some rebar, big rebar to hold it up straight. Or maybe drill 4 holes and run rebar all the way down through them things. But they put the scaffolding up and it's there for 30, 40 years. It's like, no, scaffolding is for temporary. It's not a permanent. And how do these need so much support and these ones next to it don't? It's the Temple of Zeus. Other end of it. column that collapsed. Yeah, those are huge. But they know how they built these. They had the leverage cranes and there's ropes and pulleys, and I didn't go in there. You see, I took the pictures from outside. I just stuck the camera through the fence and took the pictures. My camera, I can zoom in and see the stuff, so I don't have to get close. It looks like I'm in there. And this is at the one is an arch for something. It's at the other end of the temple of Zeus. No traffic. Ooh. It's from near the arch. The arch is just to the right of this picture. That was a huge temple. That scaffolding is so ugly. So ugly. That's all I have of that. The flag, like a coat of arms, is a symbol of representation, country or person, idea. Yeah, and the Greek flag's a cross with a blue background instead of our stars on blue background, and then it's white and blue stripes. Pretty flag, but a little modeled after an American flag. And I guess the British had colonized Greece at some point or something. And so they leaned, that's probably why there's so many people there who speak English. And really, I watch this woman that rides around in the desert on her motorcycle everywhere. And the places she's at, like Morocco and Namibia, and these, you'd think it's got to be really dangerous for a woman alone out there on a motorcycle. You know, but the people are fairly polite to her and everything, respect. But you never know where you're going to run into an asshole like calling themselves a spiritual journey. My ass. The type of structure, make a better blaze or glass. That wooden things. Moses is stone, and he's been there for 12,000 years at least. He lasted a lot longer than any wood, bones, or anything like that. Why can't people... and Leo Salazar, that's where Moses received the 10 Commandments as he carved the perfect likeness into that fresh pinyon pine. What's that mean? If you don't know what that means, you don't belong in the chase. You don't belong. If you can't figure that out, don't bother asking questions. I can get along with people as long as they don't ask really stupid questions. Something that is extremely obvious and in your face, and they don't see it. Like the people sitting there with that Model A cow right behind them, talking to Forrest over here. And he set them chairs there for that purpose, that cow would be right there. And they don't see it. They don't know it's there. If it was a snake, it'd bite you on the ass, dumb fuck. And there's a picture of Candyman talking to Forrest, and the cow is right behind him. That's where it sat most of the day there. I was not dragging it around like Street says. He is trying to discredit me. He is being extremely rude and lying out his ass. And you gotta be a real dumb fuck to believe what he's telling you. A real dumb fuck, as uneducated as him. A guy that thinks that 6th century BC was 8,000 years ago. And so how many people that didn't know what a millennium or a century was just went along with that? And now they think a century is 1,000 years. That's a millennium, dude. It's not a century. 6th century BC is minus 5th is 500 to 600 to 500 BC. First century BC is 100 to 0, to the year 0. So 6th century is only 600 years, not 6,000 street. And to think of all the people that are going to tell people, oh yeah, 6th century, that's 8,000 years ago because Street said so. He's turning people into stupid idiots like him. Oh yeah, and we saw Troy calling people idiots. He called Fly on the Wall an idiot. And she, don't call me an idiot. I will call you anything I want, he said. You're an idiot, Troy. Ignorant idiot. Because you're blind and you're ignorant. I took a picture of this one mannequin that looked like Troy. I plan to use it for some animations later. And there's people, oh, this rocket went up and spun around it. Oh. He never expected it to get off he didn't even expect it to get off the ground. It got up to where it was supposed to separate. The first stage was supposed to separate, and it didn't set. Something went wrong with the first stage separating. And the second stage was, what do I do? What do I do? I kicked that off. But I think what happened was the first stage didn't separate because it didn't get to the altitude it was supposed to separate. Now, he's going to have some problems. If he has people on there and there's something that doesn't allow it to separate, he's going to have an explosion and kill people because the thing didn't reach its altitude when it should have separate no matter what. When I give the command to separate, you separate. Even if you're in a spin, you separate and detach, separate and fire. Get out of there. Get away from that other stage because it's going to blow up. You don't want to kill the people in the second stage, in the rocket part, the top part. You have to separate. You can't have a limit. It won't separate if it doesn't reach its altitude. You just killed everybody in there. It's like there's a malfunction. Separate immediately. Get these things apart. Separate. Fire the rockets. Get the hell away from the other part. And I think that rocket cone, if it's separated, it went right in the orientation, those rockets would correct it and put it in the right orientation and at least get it up where it can drop down at a normal reentry, even if it's short or whatever. But you don't want to. I thought, this is a safety feature that if it doesn't separate, it won't fire. But you just killed everybody that's in the nose cone, and so you can't. The rocket should have said, "Oh, there's something wrong. It's not separate immediately." They should have explosive bolts emergency separation if the main one doesn't do it, you know. But you got to separate the two vehicles. So what I think they hit the self-destruct. They installed the self-destruct mechanism on it, and after it spun around a few times up there and was falling, then they decided, okay, terminate it, and they boop, and you saw the thing just fall. It didn't really explode, did it? It's like it leaked. You saw the gases leak out, but there wasn't a big fireball like when the space shuttle blew up. But it was a successful flight, because they got up to the separation height. And the first stage, which was because they tested the nose cone part, that can come down and land and do fine as long as that first part gets up there, and as long as they separate. If they don't separate, then we got a problem. And he didn't expect it to get off the ground. It was a test flight. We are testing it. And what they do when they test it and they see they analyze all the problems it had, and it's corrected on the next one. The other ones that they've been building have already corrected other issues and problems. And each version of this rocket will be better and better and better until they have something that's as reliable as a jet airline. You know? I had some ideas for a lot of the stuff that they could have, if they did it this way, that would hold better, Coffee's whistling at me. But okay. I think, am I done? Am I done? Anybody say, got anything to say? Kiwi? Blast? Debris? Yeah. Well, yeah, that rocket fired down the concrete in the pad. It left a crater down there. I'm surprised it almost took out undermined some of the legs of the, as they call it, stage 0, the thing it sits on when it launches. One problem was it wasn't tall enough, and so that blast was real hard when it hit. It was higher, that blast would have been weaker by the time it got to the ground and diffused out. But now he's got real thick. They're going to redo the concrete. He's going to have real thick steel plates that have water jacket inside it, kind of like your engine block, So it's going to be a water-cooled steel plate with diversion, so the flames go out and divert outward. But when he fired that rocket, it blew chunks of concrete. Some chunks of concrete you can see flying up. You see this chunk of concrete, big as a car, flying up parallel to the rocket. Well, some chunks of concrete came straight up and took out some of the rockets. And so he took off with 3 or 4 of the rockets with 3 or 4 of them down. And others that maybe they got lightly damaged and damaged more lifting. But some of those rockets were damaged because of the concrete coming up. And if they eliminate that problem where the concrete, and they have this new diversion plate and stuff, then the concrete won't come up and damage the engines. Yeah, he had thought of it. He was in a hurry to get that thing off the ground because now he has more test data to go on to. So it's right the next time, and he will. It's going to say it's going to take a month or 2 to repair the pad. It's crazy, but they should have done. Cut it short, jack it up another 20 feet or something, so they have even more room underneath. but I think he could have, even if they're going into the water table, digging down, he could have dug it down deeper in there and have, because they want to get in there and load rocket engines in while it's on that pad. If they got one bad rocket, they go in there and jack another rocket. But if they got a diversion thing in there, then they can't get in there and jack engines into there. Well, they could have made the diversion thing so it's on like sleds that come in, and when it's time to launch, they pull in these like pizza slice sleds of the diversion that have the diversion thing pull out and stuff. Sometimes Elon he needs an extra brain like that. There are people that are too afraid to tell the guy in charge, "Hey, you think of this?" I always wondered why they took them fuel tanks up into orbit. Basically, they took the fuel tank up into orbit and dumped it. Then, why didn't all those big fuel tanks with all that space inside? They could have had doors on them that are hatches, and after it's launched, keep them up there in orbit. You put all these fuel tanks end to end in a ring with spokes, and now you have your rotating space station made of fuel tanks. Because what do they got in them? Hydrogen, oxygen, stuff that water is made of. And when you open the door on it, all the gases come out. And so then you have a clean, close the door, and you pressurize it, and you can have living space, whatever, add a space lock onto that door, connect it to other fuel tanks up there and make a ring of them and make a space station out of it. Those fuel tanks can be, and they could have had one that like opened up like it's two ends of a pill and just opens up. They can put a satellite inside, close it, pressurize it, go in there and work on it, open it, and release the satellite back into space. And then you have a controlled thing where you drop a nut or bolt. It's inside. It's not floating around out in space where it's going to hurt a spacecraft. I used to build spacecraft too. Boards. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's got the diversion. He was lazy. It's like I need to fix the leak on my cooling system on my car. It's coming off the back side of the block, so at least it's not the water pump. Something. I think it's the hose to the heater, but I got to dig a little. I dig a pit that's wide enough I could drive my car with the wheels on either side of the pit, and I can get under my car with just a dirt pit. Put a board down there, and I can slide under the car without jacking it up. And don't know why they think of the diversions. Yeah. He knew about that stuff. But it's spectacular. What he said there could probably be good fireworks. This thing has a 50-50 chance of making it into orbit. And now they say it's a 70-30. The next one's going to be like 70-30. And each time they have a better, and then once they get it nailed down and they get like 5 successful flights and reentries and landings, then they might put people on it. But you got to be one of the crazy mofo to go on that first flight, the first human flight on that thing, man. That's scary. Their Dragon capsule, that one's, they have had no problems with that at all. And I tried telling Elon that there's a ridge out there. It's between Yucatan and Cuba. There's a ridge that the water's only like 4 feet deep for like 10 miles or so. There's a mound there, a sea mound that's just under, and boats have to watch when they're going through there that they don't hit any of the reef or anything that's there. But you could put, he's got land 4 feet under the water that he can put pillars on and have a launch pad out there in the middle of the ocean to launch or land his ships. And in international water, he can tell the FAA, fuck you. You know, because that's international. He could basically have his own country space station out there in the Gulf of Mexico, between the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean, kind of. And it's not that far from his starbase. And it wouldn't be floating. It's mounted hard and everything. As far as for a water deluge system for that, you got the launch pad and the thing's right there, you know, at deck level with a hole through the launch pad to the ocean. And the ocean is your water deluge. Just blast right into that water. It's pretty simple. And I got that idea for that because there was a guy who was going to build this utopia. He was going to build his own country out there on a platform that he built on this seamount. But and he was taking donations to do it, and he never did it. You know, he took all the donations, but never built it. But Elon has the money to do it. A lot of the structures for it, you know, he could build the first part of it. It could be a pad that floats out there. He puts some round column pilings into it, fills that with rebar and concrete, and for so he has, and then you just expand out and keep expanding until you're the size you need to be. He can do his stuff, ship it out to that, and launch it from there. It's really easy. And he just wanted to get me 5 minutes with Elon. I need to fix the leak on my roof. But even on Twitter, you can't even, unless you're paying a paid subscriber. If you're not a paid subscriber, you can't even reach those people. They don't even, you can't even get their attention. And a lot of these famous, they have other people under them that don't know shit really, and don't realize that, hey, this guy has some information that he can really use. And so you never get to talk to the person you need to that would go, hey, you're right. The guy that's intelligent enough to know that you're right. And when I do IQ tests at 152, 154, 156, I go with the 154. It's in the middle. I never said 250 or anything. That comes from people trying to discredit me. Oh, I got my Federal Aviation Administration, UAS, unmanned aerial. Is a drone license. FA3 mark. Oh, expires in 2020. I got it in 2017. I haven't flown my drone for a while. You don't really need those. You don't need a permit to do anything. It was a free country. A permit? It means that there's something that you ain't free to do. If you have to have a permit, it's free country. You shouldn't have to have a permit for anything. Like I told the sheriff when he came by, I said, I have a God-given constitutional right. One of the basic freedoms of common law is the right to live on your own land. And you have no right to take that away. You can't make an ordinance to take away my rights. So I never heard from him again. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna put some antifreeze in my car and then drive into town. Fix my leak. I had to fix it. When I fix it, I gotta have it on the real ramp thing. Run it till it starts heating up and squirting out, so I can get under there and look and see where it's coming out. I'm pretty sure it's a heater hose, because it's on the firewall side of the engine, like where the heater hoses are, and probably the exhaust pipe probably melted a hole in the heater hose. I looked, it wasn't, I replaced the thermostat 6 months, 7 months, 8 months ago. And I looked there first, and that wasn't leaking. And I looked, okay, it's coming from the middle of the back, the firewall side of the block. And that's about where the heater hoses come out. Woo, woo, woo. So, how long have I been on? 4 hours. That's long enough. Okay. I'm going to take off, go get some lunch. Maybe I'll get a Greek gyro and tell them, you know what I paid for these in Greece? For $2.50, you get a hero and a Kook for $2.50. And that's like $2.80 American. 250 euros is $2.80 American. So, and they charge $6.50 for just the hero at Arby's. It's like, it's almost 3 times as much. So maybe I'll use my American Express. Yeah, a lot of people, you English? No, American. I ain't no English, pig dog. Little smarter than the English. Nobody saying anything. Nobody joined. I'm shocked at the people that go there to get beat up by Troy and Street. And, Five Leafs, he said he was going to be in here. I didn't see him either. Oh, well. Yep, well, take it easy. Y'all have a great day. You don't see me commenting on their shit because it really nerves them that he's watching and he's not saying anything. No, they block me. They don't let me talk on their stuff. And I want no part of it. I just want to see what slanderous things they're saying. That's all. I just want to see what slanderous things they're saying. And watch them shit on Fly on the Wall Girl. So, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I don't think she really accepted his apology. I wouldn't. When you're that rude, you don't accept apologies from people that rude. You let them go crawl back in the hole they came from. So, well, I'll take off. Go get some lunch, get some groceries. And then tomorrow I gotta go do some. Oh yeah, I got a morning meeting with Matthew McConaughey. Yeah. So Dancing with the Stars. He really went dancing with the stars, didn't he? In Interstellar. Yeah. If I watched that on the way there. And the meaning of 2001: A Space Odyssey starts out the monkeys in fighting. And then one of the monkeys figures out, if I take this bone, this femur, and I club that other monkey over the head, I can kill him. He can kill with that femur. And then what happens? Dave, the computer, starts killing astronauts. The computer became an apex predator. We got a bunch of apex, they're predators out there. That's what kind of predator they are. They want to kill me opinion. I won't let them. I was doing videos on searching in 2014. All there was at that time were TV interviews and all of the other streamers came after me. So, and they all want to shut down Bill. They want me silenced, and it ain't going to happen. They can all keep their head in their ass where it belongs. And I'll see you in a week or so. I'll do another live. I'll probably do some little shorts and things in between. But take it easy. Thanks for watching. I'm getting ready. I want to get the radiator fixed. I'm taking a road trip in the car. I think I'm going to go down and visit my friends in Mexico. And I'll probably do a live stream from Mexico. So if there's somebody who knows some Spanish who can do some interpreting, unless I find somebody down there, they might want to join in on the stream as an interpreter. Somebody I can trust that they're correctly interpreting. Troy, 2014. Where is a link to your video 2014 or earlier? Yeah, see? 2014. I was doing searches, videos of my searches at O'Haver Lake. O'Haver. Just Taker? No, that wasn't O'Haver. That was I gotta look on the map. But yeah, 2014. You didn't exist until AGK started streaming, and that was after I was doing my search videos. Yeah, you don't know what a Wyoming is. My ancestors tried to create a state of Wyoming, which was part of New York and Pennsylvania. New York and Pennsylvania were going to be part of the original state of Wyoming. It was between Ethan Allen and Benjamin Franklin. My fifth great grandfather knew Benjamin Franklin. Me, 2014, yeah. Full of shit. Never seen it. Never heard of you. Later. If I end this, Troy can't comment. You might get a couple in, but in the desert. Yeah. I got a 14er peak 10 miles away. This is called a high valley. It is not called a desert. This is the San Luis Valley, known as the Valley of Portals. Go fuck yourself, Troy. Yeah, use a sororo cactus.